Hui o te kaunihira arohe o te matawa Māui mō tēnei marama. A warm welcome to you all, to councillors, to members, to staff and visitors. We have a very jam-packed agenda today, so we're going to keep focus on time and track. But before we do start, me hoatu te raka kia koe, Charlie. Can you please open us with a karakia and also the acknowledgement of tomorrow being the anniversary of the Wairoa flood?
Tēnā koe, ma'am. Yes, before we start our karakia, let's take a couple of minutes to think about what happened last year in Wairoa. Tomorrow being the anniversary for the flooding that occurred on the 26th of June last year, which impacted over 400 homes due to obviously heavy rain all over the district and some issues with the bar at Wairoa and Rivermount. And the saddest part is that we lost three people in Mahia because of the large swells that we had at sea at the time. And particularly one was from Ruaki Turi. So ka roa ki te whānau. And we know that the Crown Manager is still up in Wairoa trying to sort issues out from the year before. So we wish everyone in Wairoa Godspeed, I suppose, while they sort out a lot of issues with housing and flooding and how we can be better prepared for the next one. So with that in mind, me karakia tātou, te karakia tūtaua mai. Me reira tūtaua mai I runga.
Tūtaua mai I raro,
tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I maho. Tau ai, te
Mauri tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Lambert. Just some housekeeping for everyone. This meeting is being live streamed on Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In the event of an earthquake, drop, cover and hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill, along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. In the event of an evacuation, if an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exits and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Voltaire Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted. And the wharepaku are located down the hallway outside of the chamber entrance. I have apologies from Councillor Van Bake. Do I have any other apologies for today's meeting? There are none. I'm happy to move those. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor McIntosh. All those who agree say aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. The next item, conflict of interest declarations. If you have a conflict of interest, please declare now.
Kia ora, Chair. I would like to declare a conflict in relation to item 17, Heretaunga Water Security Update. I know it's only an information paper, but just for absolute clarity and safety, I have just recently been nominated as a commercial water user representative on the proposed alternative delivery vehicle for the Whanawhana water storage project, so it's appropriate that I step back for that paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harding, and very wise decision. So that will happen item 17. Thank you. We move on to the confirmation of minutes from the 28th of May. Do we have any changes to make? If there are none, can I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Harding and Councillor McIntosh. All of those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Carried. There are no speakers for the public forum. Call for minor items not on the agenda. I'm glad we have none, as we have a lot to discuss today. Thank you. Okay, we move on to decision items. Can I please invite the team up for item 6, adoption of the annual plan 25-26. Kia ora Chris, kia ora Desiree. Thank you. If you can please summarise the paper and then we'll move into recommendations.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. We are pleased to present the final annual plan for adoption. This also includes amended policies and the fees and charges. This is the culmination of many months of work for councillors and for staff. The decision paper in front of you comprehensively covers the process that we've been through, starting quite quickly after the adoption of the long-term plan. There was a request from council to look at ways we could reduce the forecast rates increase and look at some of the targeted rates that we found through submissions. A lot of people responded through the long-term plan that they needed tweaking. We have went out for consultation, 5 weeks of consultation over April. I had 99 submissions in total. We had hearings where, you'll remember, no submitters spoke to their submission. Deliberations at the end of last month, resulting in this paper and the final document in front of you. I'm happy to take any questions, but I'm also going to hand over now or after Chris is going to cover the key financial outcomes and next steps.
Thanks, Chris.
Kia ora, councillors. In year 2 of our 3-year plan, we had proposed an 18.3% rates increase for 2025-26. Through a number of workshops and work by officers and staff, we have that average increase has been brought down to 9.9% for the annual plan for 25-26, excluding the Mangaro stream rate, which is applied to Hastings differential area rate 1 ratepayers only in there, and was something that was not in the 3-year plan at that point in time. This reduction has been achieved through a number of operational cost savings, around 4 million of those in corporate areas, integrated catchment management, and through funding $2.5 million worth of costs somewhat differently through carrying forward an investment company special dividend that we didn't use in the current year, and through selling some of our very low risk carbon credits. As Desi mentioned, 2 targeted rates have been reviewed during this period, the Upper Tuki and the public transport, and we have set the total fixed charges that we can charge as a council to the same level as in the 3-year plan. So that's all of the fixed uniform targeted rates and the UAGC, and they equal a total percentage of 26.4% as per the 3-year plan, and within the 30% cap that is applied by the Local Government Act. Fees and charges have been set broadly in line with last year, except for those related to freshwater science charges, where they've been set on the basis of the actual costs that are expected to be incurred, and some of the staff charges at the end of the document have been increased in line with the staff increases of around 4% for the year in question. Following this paper, there is a second paper which will be the formal setting of the rates for the 2025-26 year. And with that, we'll open up for any questions you may have.
Thanks, Chris. Questions? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, one of the issues that was flagged in the minutes from the last meeting was before we set the public transport rate in the revised way we have, we consider the implications of what we called the wash-up of moving a fixed charge into our uniform annual general charge cap, and thereby needing to reduce the amount per ratepayer, and where that would land in terms of impacts on the general ratepayer. I don't think our communities have been privy, and we asked for more information of that, which we've received. I don't think our communities have been privy to the nature of that information. Could you give us a potted summary of I guess, the impact of increasing the UAGC to 29% rather than keeping it 26.5%, and where that would land and who that would affect and how, just in very general terms?
Okay, I'll try and keep this brief and understandable. The Local Government Rating Act requires that we can only charge a maximum of 30% of our total rates as a fixed charge. Fixed charges include those targeted rates that are set on a uniform basis, i.e. to what we call a SUIP, a separately used or inhabited part of a rating unit, or onto a rating unit, or the UAGC, which is the component of the general rate that is set as a fixed charge. Setting the general rate component, the UAGC, as a fixed charge is a way of ensuring that all ratepayers pay for a portion, a set portion, a minimum portion of the general rate. In increasing the UAGC, you put more charge onto those ratepayers that have lower capital values because their share of the general rate becomes a greater percentage because of the fixed charge, and you reduce the amount that's set on a variable charge, which is based on capital value, so those ratepayers with high capital values would have a lower impact from there. In setting the rate, we have set the total because we set the sum of the public transport rate to a fixed charge. That meant that to maintain our level of total fixed charges under 30%, we had to reduce the UAGC component. It was reduced to a figure that allowed all of our uniform rates to be at 26.4%, which was the same as in our 3-year plan. So that means that ratepayers are getting, on average, a 26.4% of their rate as a fixed charge versus the variable components in there. If we were to increase that 26.4% up to close to 30%, by increasing the amount of the UAGC, what that would do would be to increase the charge to our lower capital value ratepayers or those with a high number of SUIPs, or separately used inhabited parts of their rate-paying unit. And it would decrease the amount required of the general rate required to be collected through a variable charge, which is based on capital value. So those with high capital values would see a decrease in their total general rate component through there.
So in essence, by keeping it at 26%, there's less of an impact on people with lower value properties than if we increased it to 30%.
That is correct.
Any further questions? Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. I just have one query, and that's in regard to the prospective funding impact statement, and this is on page 30 of the plan. Application of capital, obviously we've got a major shift in our capital spend in the coming year compared to our long-term plan. I'm looking at application of capital funding, and we've stated there that we're wanting to improve the level of service, and the difference between our long-term plan and our current plan, or our next year's plan, is something 40-odd million. Is that the Wairoa expenditure for the improvement level of service? Does it relate to the Wairoa work?
It relates to the Wairoa work and the other Niue flood resilience program work that is ongoing, Parongaho, Waiheke and other places around. So it's all of the Niue work. The overall $250 million worth of spend that we're doing on all of the new projects across the Rohi, they are mainly falling a lot of their costs in next year. When we set the 3-year plan, we didn't have a clear indication of when all of these costs would be hitting. There is an expectation that a reasonable amount of construction work would have been done in the 24-25 financial year. That has not been the case through all of the time that has been spent to actually get all of the PANs approved. So that a lot of that work has gone into this 25,
I get
26
that.
year.
I guess my question, Chris, is putting Wairau aside, is it accurate to describe it as an improvement in level of service, or is it to replace existing service? What's the...
All of that work related to Niwi is an improvement in level of service, because they are all new structures or structures built to higher grades than had previously been there.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions, we have recommendations in front of us to adopt the annual plan. Recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Can I please have a mover and a seconder of those recommendations? Councillor Curtin, thank you for moving, and Councillor Harding, second. Thank you. Would you like to speak for 2 minutes, please?
Oh, just very briefly, Madam Chair, just to congratulate the staff. The annual plan presentation, in my view, is an exceptional document, clearly setting out where the council has made substantial, if you like, savings, and particularly the visual presentation on page 12. My only reservation, it looks like Te Kaha is eyeing up that Kiru there. So, but well done to the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Councillor Harding?
Look, I'd endorse my colleagues' comments there and just make the observation that judging by the level of submission we received in the alignment of those submissions, I don't think there was a recommended position that didn't receive majority support from the submitters. So I think we got really good alignment there with where the public wants us to go. And the fact that in the end we didn't have a single speaker speaks volumes about the progress that we've made in terms of our rating and the appetite of our, the alignment with our people, our ratepayers, to manage our expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Foley?
Thanks, Chair. As everyone knows, 12 months ago, I was pretty uncomfortable with our direction of travel with the LTP and the proposed rates increases and budgets, and so I did, ask for some, action, and here we are 12 months on, and so thank the staff, thank my colleagues, thank the people that did engage in the process. We have seen a reduction in the rates, as the paper outlines, from 18 down to 9%, and so I applaud that as a step in the right direction. Still got, mixed feelings about the detail behind that. As we know, the targeted rates don't see any increase, actually a slight decrease in the total targeted rates, but we do see a significant increase in the general rates of 37%, and so we do still see winners and losers in the final outcome, and particularly down in my district, if you like, where don't see the benefit of things such as the public transport changes, which have contributed to a spillover into the general rates, and so a hard pill to swallow. But my hope for going forward is this is just an initial step in the right direction. There is some further work going on behind the scenes, which I believe will come to us at the next council meeting in July around effectiveness and efficiency, and while I would have liked to have seen that probably progress a little faster than it has, nonetheless it's happening, and some promising signs. So thank everyone again for where we've got to today, and implore those of us here until October and then the new council, there's still lots of work to do to ensure that our ratepayers are getting bang for buck and good value for service.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Chair Will Foley. I'd also like to thank the staff for the hard work that you've done with us through workshop, but also listening to the voices of our community, and to find just over $4 million in savings so that we could bring that rate down has been fantastic. Like Councillor Foley has said, we've got more work to do in the E&E review, where we have to make sure that this organisation's size is fit for the services that we deliver for our communities. Councillor Williams.
Be very brief, thank you. Look, it's often said that we don't listen, and there was frustration in the submitters last year that rates were too high and capital value was landing in places that we weren't comfortable with. Now, we have moved in two ways. One has been shared to bring the rate increase down to a more palatable level, although some would say still too high. I was very concerned at the implications of that for biodiversity, but we're able to hold the line and, in fact, as I recall, still keep our KPIs of new protected sites in the overall budget. And the other way we've moved is where the biggest fallout of moving to capital value was on public transport, to standardise that cost and direct it so it's mostly to Napier and Hastings ratepayers at $82 per property, and remove those properties that are less accessible to public transport by dropping out some rating units that are less than 50% residential. So we have listened and we have moved and we have responded. It may not be perfect, but I think we should be pretty proud of where we've ended up, given all the challenges we face.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor McIntosh.
Councillor Williams covered much of what I was going to say, but we started off at a bit over 18. We're now a little bit less than 10, so that's a really good reduction in what the proposed rate is. I'd just like to note within that it comes at a cost. And so if ratepayers are thinking that some things aren't happening that should be happening, that's probably why. It's going to be even more challenging in future as we take on board the costs of flood protection and with that debt. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers, Councillor Curtin, any last words? Okay, those recommendations are on the table. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you, team. We will roll into item 7, which is setting of the rates. I think most of us have had opportunity to speak to that already. So if there are no burning questions, Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just a question on legal review of this resolution. Just, we're all conscious that this is where the rubber hits the road and legality is important. So normally these would have an external legal review, simply not mentioned in the paper. I'm confident that from the nodding heads that that's happened.
Yep, that has happened.
Thank you. And was that now an internal function, or was that go outside of the organisation for that?
Went through our internal function to an external provider who has expertise in that area and has done the reviews for us for a few years now.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris.
Fantastic. On that, Councillor Harding, would you like to move the recommendation to set the rate? And can I please have the seconder? Councillor Williams, would you like to speak any further?
No, thank you.
No further speakers. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Well done.
Thank you.
We move on to item 8, which is the adoption of the Regional Public Transport Plan for 25 to 35. Can I please invite staff and Katrina? Thank you. And before that, can I open up with you, Councillor Williams, just to set the scene for adopting this plan?
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is, to use the term appropriately perhaps in the context, a journey we've been on for 5 years. Since the previous public transport plan was minted, and it's a transformation in the approach of public transport to get maximum uptake and provide greatest benefit by having bi-directional routes that are targeted to where people live and where they go to work, rather than meandering around everywhere and trying to get everyone. We were significantly hamstrung by government policy settings around the share that goes to public transport, and so we've had to really cut our cloth. But we've got that ambition in the plan locked and loaded and ready to go for when a different approach applies in future. And we've seen the dividends of doing that in other transport contexts, so I'm sure that will ultimately be realised. It's a real credit to the incredibly talented staff that we've got in Katrina's team with Russell and Bryce, and I mentioned last meeting, I think, that they must have worn out at least 2 pairs of shoes talking to our communities to socialise this. We've got great feedback. We've responded again to all of that feedback in the various ways that are outlined in the paper. There's just a couple I wanted to commend and bring to your attention. One is the real need to invest in a community transport lead role for the 2 communities that have missed out so far with public transport, Wairoa and Central Hawke's Bay. We've seen the benefits of a dedicated targeted role to that purpose from other parts of the country. And it's about harnessing resources that are already there, like minibuses, community groups, iwi groups, whatever it might be, to actually bolt them in innovative ways along the lines of the My Way program, really, where you have bespoke rides for particular communities that actually meet their needs. I do am very concerned that My Way never came to Napier. That's one of my big regrets. But we've kept a reservation in there to continue to use My Way as a complement for fixed route services, because our mobile disadvantaged communities are telling us just how wonderful that has been in Hastings. In fact, one of the big messages was, don't cancel My Way. But it's really expensive, and it's better applied as a complement to the fixed route services than a whole service in its own right. It's been a huge burden on our staff. And so that's there, and there's actually a recommendation that we continue to lobby for that as a complement to fixed route and keep pressing the government for funding on that. For Central Hawke's Bay, I just wanted to mention this. We've got to step through this problem where Central Hawke's Bay wants a bus service, but someone's got to pay for it. So rather than that trial that's been sitting on the books for 5 years languishing, we've actually recommended to this council and the Central Hawke's Bay District Council that appropriate funding is included in their next year's annual plan to get that underway. And we can only recommend, it will be up to the ratepayers of those communities to say whether yay or nay. But we are very keen to see that actually receive the light of day. That part of our region deserves it, and it's well overdue. So with all of those comments, thank you indeed to the staff. It's been a huge job and a wonderful outcome within the constraints we've been presented with.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and just acknowledgement to you for forming those partnerships with Central Hawke's Bay to get to this point. Well done. I'll just open it up to Mike. Kia ora, Mike. Did you have a further comment?
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Look, really, I just wanted to support Councillor Williams.
Oh, just a minute, Mike. We'll turn the sound up because we can't hear you. Maybe you can do the same.
Are you hearing me all right now, Madam Chair?
You're still very weak.
Faint.
Faint, weak.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's a bit better. Yep.
Look, I just really wanted to echo the comments of Councillor Williams in regards to the consultation, especially for our Māori communities. I know it was greatly appreciated by our communities to have the committee staff come out to the community and consult with them in regards to what they saw as their needs for public transport. Putting aside the outcomes of the review and timeframes going forward, I just really wanted to, on behalf of our Māori communities, echo our support for the consultation that took place. It was really appreciative, and the work that our representative on the committee, Api Robin, and the amount of mahi put into making sure that our community is engaged. So big ups to the committee and to yourself as Chairman, Councillor Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Great endorsement. Thank you. We'll hand it over to you, Katrina and Bryce.
Thank you. Council, the Regional Public Transport Plan prepared under Section 125 of the Land Transport Management Act and adopted under Section 119 of that Act is before you. I'm not going to read the paper, I will take it as read, but there are some few key things there that I would like to highlight. The 25-35 RPTP reconfirms the intent, as Councillor Williams was talking about, the intent to implement the new bidirectional network, although recognising that in order to increase those levels of service, that will take longer to implement due to funding constraints. In this review, as Councillor Williams noted, the staff took the opportunity to comprehensively engage with the community. I too want to share my thanks to the team. Bryce and Russell have done an outstanding job of consulting with our community over the time that we were consulting on our LTP. In terms of the submissions received, they got the bulk of submissions during that period. Out of 99 submitted, 86 of those submissions were specifically on the RPTP. In terms of the deliberations held, the Regional Transport Committee did those on June the 6th after hearing submissions on the 16th of May. The committee made a number of changes to the RPTP, which are set out in the report. One of note, bringing to this council, is that the RTC have developed and strongly supported a recommendation in the RPTP to accelerate the planning and implementation of the proposed Central Hawke's Bay Commuter Express trial, with recommendations to both HBRC and CHBDC that appropriate funding is included in their 26-27 annual plan to enable a trial service to commence in 2026-27, subject to suitable co-funding from NZTA. The committee then resolved to recommend to HBRC to adopt the RPTP that is sitting before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. Any further, Bryce?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think it's been summed up very well by Councillor Williams and by Katrina. I guess the only other thing that I would add is that throughout that consultation and engagement process that we undertook, we've heard loud and clear from our communities that they're quite ready for this change, but they certainly want to be taken on the journey of change as we get closer to implementation. We've been told a lot of things that we sort of already knew, and we're brewing away in the background in terms of operational improvements and enhancements, but there's also been a range of other operational matters that have cropped up as well. We're going to ultimately build those into longer term service delivery and improvement. So there's a very clear, firm plan to improve the service, whilst realistically recognising that it's going to be a longer burn than first thought when we went out with this in 2022.
Thank you, Bryce. Questions for the team? Thank you, Councillor Harding.
Sure, Chair. Thank you, team. Two simple questions. One is, one of the recommendations proposes, and I've just lost it, it's about exploring establishment of a trust to run community transport. So I'd just like to hear about that, please. And second question, just around the removal of cash.
Yes.
And it seems that you've come up with an artful way of creating a trigger for that 5%. I'd just like to know how we're sitting at the moment in relation to that possible trigger of eliminating cash as a means of payment. Thank you.
Sure. So through you, Chair, I'll take the community transport one first. So community transport is fundamentally a transport service that is designed by the community, for the community, and is delivered within the community. So the trust element of that would not be the regional council as such setting up a trust to run community transport. It would be that the community or the entity that happened to bid for funding, for example, would have to set up a trust or an incorporated society. It would need to be some sort of legal entity that would operate and run that service. There would need to typically be some sort of governance board associated with that the trust would set up, and then the trust would hold the funding to run the service.
We would have to include that in the RTC and get funding from NZTA and then pass that through to the trust.
Could you just clarify what you mean by community transport? Because obviously you're seeing that as a subset of regional public transport. I just don't understand what community transport is.
Yeah, good question. It can be reasonably broad, but also reasonably specific. So Waikato, for example, there's a very good community transport ecosystem there. A lot of those services are health-based, so it's getting people in, say, Putaruru, for example, to the Hamilton Hospital for an appointment. So it can function that way, or it could have a variety of functions in any one day. So, for example, when we went and we spoke to the Omahu community, we heard quite clearly that they have a range of transport needs. One of them is getting kids to school. So, for example, totally hypothetical, but a community transport service in the morning could be used to get kids to school, or at least connecting to the main public transport network. And then off-peak on a Monday, it could be a shopping service. On a Tuesday, it could be a social outing to the beach, or something like that. So it's kind of whatever the community deems their need and their desire and their demand is.
Thank you. And the question about cash?
Yes, cash. So at the moment, cash fares across the network make up about 9 or 10% of all transactions. And I will stress that this policy will only come into effect, or the clock, I guess, will only start once we transition to the national ticketing system. The council and viewers online may have seen in the media recently that whole national ticketing system has been pushed back further. We still do not have a date for implementation, so I will just stress that point. But where we got to in terms of feedback, hearings and deliberations with the committee is that we sort of landed on, and as you put it, Councillor Harding, a little bit of a middle ground. So when cash fares reach 5% of total fares for a period of, I think, 6 months we landed on, then with 2 months' notice to the community, then we will remove cash as a payment option. That gives us a really good time to A, communicate the upcoming change, but B, more importantly, start to get a bit more targeted and a bit more surgical on where those cash fares might be, so then we can go and help those people to transition to that new ticketing system, whether that's giving them a card or helping them with education how to use it, or whatever it might be. So we'll just try and smooth that over, and that gives us plenty of headway to do that.
Thank you. That sounds very pragmatic.
Very sensible. Thank you. Go Councillor Rodley, then Councillor Hawke. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, team. Could you just further on from Councillor Harding's questions around the trust, in the recommendation it states that we would support the establishment. What might that support look like?
It could be administrative support, for example, assistance with setting up a legal entity, creating operational frameworks for them, a range of different support could potentially be available, and we would largely be looking at what's done in Waikato at the moment as a
model.
Yeah, best case.
Through you, Chair, I think the most support that we can give is actually connecting them to other community transport operators so that they can learn from what's already been undertaken.
So there's not embedded in here an implication that we would be funding said groups to get up and running?
Through you, Chair, no. Our funding would come, as it always does, through Wakakatahi NZTA.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Councillor Hawke. Kei te pai.
It's been answered.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Foley.
Oh, just on the CHB, thanks for your persistence keeping that in the plan. Is there any more analysis on, in terms of the recommendation for the funding, what any of that looks like, or the likelihood of NZTA, co-funding and all that, or is that just
No, through you,
theory?
Chair, that will come into the next regional land transport plan, which we will commence shortly.
Great, thank you.
If there are no further questions, Councillor Williams.
I just wanted to wrap up a couple of comments.
Thank you. And then would you like to move?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Just to note that, to give an example of a community trust, we had quite a lot of engagement with Taiwhino or Hera Taonga around servicing Omahu, for example, Bridge Pa. And that would be a classic case where a community trust involving entities that are already servicing those communities that might have a minibus can be supported with this community transport lead to get that off the ground. So that's just an example of that. And 2 points I didn't mention, which are real highlights we got time again, is this new bus services the sports park and the airport. That's never happened before. And we got a lot of really positive feedback about that, so that's inherent to this too.
Fantastic.
And on that basis, I'd like to move items 1 to 2.
1 to 2, and one's a very big one. All the sub ones. Fantastic. Can I have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to.
Councillor Roadley, thank you. Would you like to? No, you're not. Not at all.
Chair,
Councillor Harding.
just what's probably a point of order. Recommendation 113 speaks to the Central Hawke's Bay commuter, or attempts to speak to the Central Hawke's Bay commuter express trial service. I just wonder if we can add the words commuter express before trial service, just to make it a little bit more self-contained. Otherwise, in future, we might be wondering what kind of trial service.
Okay. No.
Oh, yes, yeah, just specifies, yeah.
Specify,
Yeah, absolutely. So Councillor Williams, happy to make that addition?
Yes, in fact, I'll move the 1 and 2 with the addition of the words commuter express before trial service in 1.13.
Fantastic.
And I believe we have a seconder.
And Councillor Roadley, happy with that?
Very happy.
And there are no further speakers? There are none. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Ka pai and well done. Councillor Williams, well done. Bryce, Russell and Katrina. Thank you. Kia ora. Well, we're making very good time, team. So we'll spend a little longer on our next item, which is the Napier Hastings Future Development Strategy adoption. A very long journey this has been, particularly for yourself, Katrina, and our councillors who have been involved in the joint committee. Yourself, Tanya, as a MTT representative alongside Mana Ahuriri and Tamatea Pōkai Whenua, and of course our other 2 TA councils. So Katrina, would you like to introduce the paper?
Yep.
Provide a context for us as councillors, because not all councillors have been involved in the joint committee and the works of the joint committee. And then I will open up for Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh to make some comment as joint committee members. And then we'll go into deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To my right is Gavin Ide. Gavin has been a senior analyst working on this with me. He's going to fill in all the technical gaps that I don't cover, but I'll have a go first at trying to make what has been a very long process into a very short summary and background. So essentially, the background context to the development of the SDS has been set out in the report. I don't intend to read that for you. I'll take it as read. There have been other reports presented to you already, I believe, on the future development strategy. Certainly, this council made a submission on the draft strategy, particularly noting our concern around the inclusion of Riverbend Road. The Future Development Strategy Joint Committee approved the draft, that was the draft FDS that we made the submission on. That was on the 23rd of October in 2024. They then appointed the independent hearings panel to hold hearings and consider submissions. And then following those submissions and hearings, the Future Development and the independent hearing panel made a recommendation. The Future Development Strategy Joint Committee met on 19th of May to consider all the recommendations made by that independent hearing panel. The Joint Committee adopted the independent hearings recommendations in total except for, or for all but one site, and that was Riverbend Road. At the time, a motion was moved that Riverbend Road was excluded. And so in your item from paragraph 31 onwards, there's some commentary around Riverbend Road that we think is appropriate to include in this paper. The independent hearing panel specifically addressed a number of the more contentious areas that were identified in the draft, including Riverbend Road. In doing so, it noted that there were significant constraints on the Riverbend Road site, acknowledging it currently acts as a basin for stormwater detention for the surrounding land. It also recognised that the existing condition of the land in question and the relevant concerns of HBRC, which we presented in person, given the flooding of the site during the significant rain events in 2020 and 2023, the site provided significant storage adjacent to existing residential areas. Ultimately, after hearing all the submissions and technical evidence, the independent hearing panel acknowledged that the suitability of development should be assessed through a more detailed plan change or resource consent process, where the specific constraints of the site and feasibility of development could be properly understood, and ultimately recommended the inclusion of the site as a long-term priority. I think it's really important to note at this point that not inclusion in the future development strategy does not guarantee development rights. It certainly signals an intent that could be a potential site for future development, and certainly the developers have proposed that the Riverbend site could be developed for up to 600 residential sites. Hawke's Bay Regional Council has been extremely vocal on that, particularly given the independent review to Cyclone Gabriel floods, and we have made those concerns clear. Officers have before you proposed 3 options for this report. The reasons that the Joint Committee proposed to exclude Riverbend Road and was passed at the last Joint Committee meeting was because it posed a significant flooding risk. But as I've just noted, the independent hearing panel did consider those aspects when making their decision. So currently what you have is, as I said, a report with 3 options. Council officers across the 3 partner councils are putting up the same report with the same 3 options to each of the councils today and tomorrow. The recommended option proposes to adopt the FDS as recommended by the independent hearing panel. And you'll be asking questions about why, when it does include Riverbend Road site. Ultimately, as I've already noted, the site does not guarantee development. And the independent hearing panel, with its experts, was given the mandate to hear all of the technical reports and submissions. To then not adopt their recommendation and make decisions without hearing all of that technical information poses a substantial risk for judicial review and does not remove this organisation's ability in the future to continue to submit in opposition to the development of Riverbend Road. Council officers have had agreement with all of the 3 councils to include additional wording in the future development strategy, noting Hawke's Bay Regional Council's concerns about Riverbend Road site, and has included, as you will note in the recommendations of that report, a mirror of those comments in the future development strategy in the recommendations of this paper for this council to make. I'll leave it there. I'm happy to take questions. I'm sure there's few.
Thank you, Katrina. Before you do that, I'm going to invite a couple of minutes of both Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh to add any further commentary to the context as joint committee members, and then we'll open up for questions for officers. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Look, just to touch on a couple of bigger picture issues here.
This strategy has been described as a travesty by certain members of our community who rightly and passionately defend probably one of the most fundamental underpinnings of our economy alongside water, the Heretaunga Plains soils. There isn't baked into this, though, a 60% intensification assumption whereby 60% of all future houses over the period of this plan, the 30-year period, will be in existing greenfields areas. The consistent advice we got is that that's really optimistic. And so, as a starting point, the belt is wrapped tightly, we are told, around the cities to an extent that it's going to be a struggle to achieve, and that speaks to how much additional headroom's in there. I wouldn't say we've necessarily got that right, but we do need to be somewhat realistic. And the more satellite options you have, whether they're self-supporting in terms of their own internal infrastructure, you are ultimately loading into areas where the wider transport network is used on an unfunded basis. So everything has consequences. The other big complaint has been we've just focused on the two cities. Well, we had to by law, no choice. Dumb but true. We're necessarily confined to Napier and Hastings, and so we're trying to intensify Napier in situations where it's really not sensible to do so. I just wanted to make this point that I feel outmanoeuvred to some extent. We put up a hearings panel. We were told to do that for resourcing reasons. I've looked back to the advice we got, and under disadvantages, nowhere does it say that we'd be at risk of judicial review if we went against the recommendations of the panel. It simply wasn't in front of us, and I feel somewhat outplayed by that. And I think to the point there's a judicial review risk, that needs to be balanced against risk to people's lives. And what's the bigger risk? I did see the submission from the HBRC. So it wasn't like we were blind to what submitters were saying. And that said, some of the modelling was undercooked. There are comments in the report that we haven't been taken to in the paper, which say that HBRC was right to take the stance that it did. The staff report basically says, well, the Napier City Council engineer agrees with the Regional Council engineer, this is a problem and mitigation hasn't been proven or may not be adequate. But there won't be enough houses if we don't do it. There's an overshoot of 3,000 houses in this plan. But that's those are all of the factors that are sort of in the back of my mind. And I guess the final factor at the bigger picture level is, haven't we learned anything from history? Isn't the Esk Valley a classic case of a litany and a legacy of engineers saying no, getting stiff-armed by politicians saying no, we'll do it, they'll sort something tricky out, and what happened? So 600 more houses in whatever you do with stormwater, that water's got to go somewhere, and if it's combined with floodwater, it ain't going nowhere except through a pump that no region could afford to do. So I just don't understand that residual risk profile. All of that said, we have made our point. Mm-hmm. And we just don't have the support with our partner councils on that. And so I think I'm really unhappy about it. I'm really unhappy about the process, and it seems to have been so technically driven. What do we actually do as councillors here? But we need a future development strategy. We have to have one by law, and that reservation would be in the plan as to Riverbend Road. I'm not going to go into the Middle Road debate anymore. I've already tried to get that knocked out, and that's failed. As has Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Corbyn. But there we are. I think this isn't the end of the road. Mm-hmm. Whether people actually get consents to develop Riverbend Road will be a matter of serious investigation in future. And so I'm left in a position where I feel duty-bound overall to commend the strategy. Well, to recommend that we approve it anyway, if not commend it. But I have some real reservations about the process and the points that I've just covered.
Thank you for raising your concerns, Councillor Williams.
Through
Councillor
you, Chair, can I just add, sorry, and I've failed to add, and I think I should, and I should be clear, as Councillor Williams has just noted, there is a lot of other content to the future development strategy in terms of intensification as well. And the other reason why council officers are proposing to go back to the independent hearing panel's recommendations, as Councillor Williams just alluded to, is that we don't have support of our other two partner councils to exclude Riverbend Road site. They are having this discussion tomorrow.
Yes.
So we are preempting, unfortunately, their discussion. We're first to go. And the three councils together need to be a partner in this process. And so we need to have one future development strategy, not two or not three versions. Otherwise, the region cannot work going forward to develop from the future development strategy. The legislation was intended that originally, when it was proposed, that the outcomes of the future development strategy would then flow into the regional policy statement. We know the future policy statements are unlikely to be continued into the future RMA system, and that it's likely it will flow into a spatial plan. So that was the other element to it, was that there needed to be one picture for the region.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Thank you for that. Councillor McIntosh.
Councillor Williams has covered much of the ground that I would have covered, so I'll try not to be repetitive. I think there are a couple of key areas in this that the public is looking for leadership from the regional council on, and they relate to two core components of this. One is the protection of fertile land, and the other is the protection against flooding. And both of those questions, the regional council has had to suck it up quite a bit. In respect of fertile lands, the requirement for the region is to allow for 16,000 extra dwellings over the next 30 years. The amount that we have allowed for under this plan is 19,000 extra dwellings. In other words, 3,000 dwellings more than necessary. Now, the counter to that is people say you need that as a buffer, and so on and so forth. But I would just point out that and actually I want to acknowledge Richard Gaddam here today as a strong advocate of this patch. That buffer is about the same as a fertile land that's been taken up in this plan. In other words, if you didn't have that buffer, you wouldn't need that fertile land. So that is, if you like, one dead rat the council has had to swallow. As far as Riverbend Road is concerned, we've just had a flood review which has said to us, stop doing this stuff. And I agree there's all sorts of mitigation and that sort of thing, but if we were to walk down the street now and say, what do you reckon about this, that we've put all this caveats around it, I don't think the ratepayers have got an appetite for that at all. They're just in the camp of saying, stop doing this. That's where they're at. So that's that. As far as the project itself is concerned, it's massive. Hundreds and hundreds of pages gone on over how many years and so on and so forth. So you could argue that having got to this space where, except for a couple of things which are noted in the paper, we're there, that's not a bad achievement. That's fair enough. But I do just want to reiterate that as far as we are concerned, we are sucking it up quite a lot. And if this goes through as planned, then that's pretty damaging to the regional council brand, because we're doing stuff that the public expect us not to do. So I'm throwing that out there now. I'm going to be really interested to see what my colleagues have to say in respect of it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McIntosh. I'll come back to the officers because there are probably some questions that need to be answered before we go into deliberations. So questions. Councillor Foley.
Really just back to Katrina. Thanks for that intro and explanation. You covered off Riverbend Road a lot, and obviously the reasons around that and the interest of regional council is pretty clear and strong. The middle road and the highly productive soil areas. What was, can you just expand a bit more there on, what was our position and what was said and decided on?
Through you, Chair, council officers didn't take a position on Middle Road site. Our members on the joint committee did and didn't support the inclusion of Middle Road in the FDS. That motion was put and lost at the last meeting of the joint committee.
Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Throughout this, I'm just wondering what part of serious flooding risk people don't understand, what words there that don't have meaning. That's not my question. I just want to go, Katrina, to your thesis that this is not all over, that we've got the consenting process to go through and, a lot of bridges to cover. Why on earth do we have an FDS if we don't actually, what does it mean? I think that's what we need to get to. What does it mean that we include Riverbend Road and Middle Road? What does it mean by including them and the consequences? Why have people fought tooth and nail to include them if it's not the end of the road or if it doesn't mean anything? Can you help me there, please? Because it seems as though, and also if you could explain the impact of what I see as a simple footnote to the recommendation. This lengthy paragraph here about, flood risk in Riverbed Road. That's all we're adding. How does a footnote, what impact does a footnote have versus being in the document itself? Can you help me with all of that?
Through Chair, I'll start with the easy bit first. The footnote has been included in the document itself, substantive, is that correct?
From the independent hearing panel's recommendations, yes. Yeah.
So that's the easy part. So it is in the footnote has been levelled up into the actual report.
What does it mean?
It's simply sending, I think it's putting in writing the concerns from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council in black and white in the future development strategy that we continue to hold reservations on this site and will continue to make submissions on that basis.
That's fine, but I'm trying to get at the impact of the FDS in planning.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just starting with that very minor point that you talked about, the footnote. In terms of the FDS and the implications in planning, landowners have fought very hard to get their sites into the future development strategy because unless a site is included in the future development strategy, there is no room ultimately for it to go forward. As I said, the FDS was intended to be part of the regional policy statement, and then it would flow into district plans and into district plan zoning plan changes. So they would, just like our old Heretong Plains Urban Development Strategy did, it identified future development areas. This identifies a future development strategy that will then be included into district plans, enabling a consent application to be made. If it's not in the FDS, you can't, it's unlikely you would make a consent application. Rather, you would have to apply for a plan change process, which is, some would argue, much more complicated and arduous process. Certainly, Martin Williams could speak to that. I think in terms of this site, there is still an arduous process for that to go through, even if it is a consent process.
And just finally, Madam Chair, if I could ask, isn't that precisely where we should be as a council, given our knowledge of the serious risk there? We should not have it on the table at all.
Through Chair, that's not my decision to make.
Further questions? Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair, and through you, I just want to ask, and it's probably best for Katrina, just to understand processes between, with staff and also governments, the opportunity to be involved at a next step. So we have this kind of developing history of situations where council has taken a stance on a planning application. And in some cases not. But the result has been a development that has gone ahead and it's turned out to be the wrong thing to do. If governors release this future development strategy, these governors, but under the current arrangement, it seems that's the last touch. They're releasing this to staff and to the decisions of staff about whether and to what level to engage and resources to deploy to continue to protest at the next level, whether it's let's say a Napier City Council plan change or whether it's a consent application. I'm interested to understand what our current processes are for determination about whether and to what extent we engage and invest our resources to continue to fight that fight, and whether we could improve that some way, and whether there's a way of bringing governors back into that, so in turn that they can help with questions like resourcing and prioritisation. Because at the moment we seem to be, we let it go at this stage, it disappears into staffing, and there isn't a loop back that I've ever seen in 3 years. Back to government.
Through you, Chair, I have made submissions to both Napier City Council plan changes and LTP, sitting alongside Councillor Williams and alongside Councillor Curtin in the last 5 years. It is clear to officers, we're well understood, that this is a matter that this council would want to make a submission on. First and foremost, it needs to be put into the rest of the planning framework. And I know I'm being very vague about that, but at the moment we don't know what that RM framework is going to look like. And I'm going to hazard a guess that it's the spatial plan, which at this point in time I would hazard a guess, because I don't know that for certain, would come before the RPC and this council. That is the first next touch that you will all get. Then if it made it through that, there's district plan hearings or district plan changes that the district councils would need to make, or whatever that plan is, that would be your next one. Also, there would be, I would expect Napier City Council are well aware of council's concerns around the site. And so we could anticipate, even in a consent application, that HBRC would be either an interested or affected party and want to make a submission on that if it was a consent application. Staff would be bringing that to this council so this council can make a submission, and so that governors alongside staff can make verbal submissions to that submission, if that's...
So that last bit was really interesting, because you're saying that staff would bring that to governors for a decision. Is that the accepted process at the moment? Because, again, I haven't seen it. You've mentioned that maybe it happened a couple of times in the last 5 years.
Yes.
I haven't seen it in the last 2 3/4.
Through you, Chair, there hasn't been any applications to bring to this table to make submissions on in the last few years. The submissions that we have made that staff have made in the past 5 years have largely been to central government legislation reform. Where timing has allowed, we have ensured that has come before the appropriate committees, largely the RPC, but we definitely have done that in the past, and it has been a process to do that.
And there is a policy that states that, or is that just a practice?
No, there is not. There is no policy that says that staff must bring it, because it's covered in the delegations, but ultimately staff would bring a topic of this nature to this council.
RPC.
Thank you. I might be suggesting a
Or the
resolution to clarify that and maybe put it into a policy.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, they could make a recommendation that you want to make a submission on all future stages as part of this recommendation.
Yep. Okay, if you can prepare something to raise. You talked about planning, Katrina, thank you. In terms of governors, councillors' roles in the resource consent processes, can you just clarify that part?
Yeah, through you, Chair, there is a very defined line between governance and operations in terms of resource consents. It is essentially a quasi-judicial process that is independent, so any resource consent applications that HBRC would receive for a development, for example, and let's just say that the developers applied for, which they're not going to, but they apply, they applied for discharge consent. That would be received by Hawke's Bay Regional Council. That would be independent
of governors.
Yes.
Okay, and so there's no availability for influence of governors in that process?
No. Through you, Chair, if a submission was an application for development was made to Napier City Council for a subdivision development that was either publicly notified or limited notified to a HBRC, staff could then make a submission on behalf of HBRC, taking into account input from HBRC governors to that process.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for the team? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to go to the text that's proposed to be added to page 59 after the Ahuriri station discussion. So this would translate into the body of the report, rather than being a footnote. The last sentence says that as any part of application, further detailed work would be necessary. This should include consideration of residual risks focused on where, say, they're designed to 1 in 100 and we get what happened, twice while I've been on this council. The residual risks, are they confined to the site, or would they, because what I'm interested in is that I'm not, this site may be able to look after its own stormwater, and it may even be able to transfer that stormwater to an additional site, which is what the existing footnote refers to. But then what happens to that water? And so does residual risk include risk to the locality more broadly than the site itself? Because that's what I'm worried about here. You're essentially transferring risk from one place to another, and then ultimately it's got to get over a stock bank into the sea. Does anyone know that?
Through you, Chair, the conversations that I have had with our engineers in-house have been this. We would want to be assured that capacity for stormwater was not only there for this existing development, but the displacement of the existing stormwater capacity. So the site is currently a stormwater detention area for the surrounding development. So the new development will have to cater not only for that, but also for the additional capacity for the new stormwater that will be developed. In terms of residual risk, I'm not quite sure really if I can answer that.
Well, I guess my suggestion is that we say to both the site and locality. It should include consideration of residual risks, blah, 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 to both the site and wider locality. Which is what, I mean, it's you know, when you combine with the floodwater from a river overtopping a bank, you know, what's going on is what I'm interested in here, rather than micromanaging just the site or the additional land that's being acquired to treat the stormwater from that site.
So that's the consequential impact.
Yeah.
And the consequential impact in an over-design event.
Yeah.
So we typically determine what those are as part of a consent application.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor McIntosh, then Councillor Radley. Thank you.
Can you tell me, please, in the event that regional council doesn't endorse this, what are the implications from there?
We will likely have both Napier and Hastings agreeing one version of the FDS and Hawke's Bay Regional Council agreeing a different version of the FDS. That then creates a question of how we develop a regional spatial plan going forward. That is a good question. I'm not quite sure we actually understand that. We have, in speaking with colleagues around the country, in particular Bay of Plenty Regional Council, Gavin might have to step in and remind me, they have identified sites that they have referenced as cautionary or go forward with caution. But that's how they got around their concerns about sites that the regional council there was concerned about in similar vein. So they have still agreed to adopt a one plan, but have identified sites that they've said go cautiously on.
So is that another version of what we've got here, where there's a tag on this particular site?
That's right. Have you got anything else you want to add to that?
No, other than to say that if one council had a different version of the FDS than the other two partner councils, then basically that would not be compliant with the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, full stop.
Thank you. Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that this council has remaining work to do on identifying what is the highly productive land across our region. That's correct, isn't it?
Not quite. We have a national policy statement that requires us to, wording is to review and map.
Review and map and basically propose a change to our regional policy statement that includes maps of highly productive land in our region. Currently, supposedly, by middle of October this year. But in recent times, the government has made announcements that it does have intentions on making amendments to that timeframe, and also what is or isn't defined as highly productive land.
In terms of that, have made it quite clear that they intend to remove what is referred to as LUC3 land from highly productive land. So we are in that process currently.
Right. So what type of land would fall into the LUC3? It's potentially going to be removed. Okay.
It's based on slope and soil type.
Is it the flats or is it the hill country?
No, it's not. It's a mixture of things. The LUC classifications were developed pre-1960, and it's based on soil type. It's based on slope. It's based on water capacity. So it doesn't necessarily relate exclusively to hill country or flat. Your steeper hill country gets into LUC 5 and 6. It's generally rolling. I'm going to say generally rolling land.
Okay, I understand that. So given that we still have mapping work to be done to confirm what is classed as highly productive land, and we are being asked today to sign off on a plan which includes what our gut feeling might tell us is highly productive land, i.e. Middle Road. How will that interface with this plan when it is mapped and we do have those overlays to overlay over it as per that policy statement? Is there going to be an update, a reflect back on it and a shift once that mapping is done?
Through you, Chair. There is the Here Plains Urban Development Strategy, which has been in place for 20 years, I think, or thereabouts, had already includes highly productive land as future residential land. What HPUD's tried to do was essentially ring fence and minimise the amount of highly productive land that was being used or could be used for future development and residential development. And in a similar vein, this is what the Future Development Strategy is doing. So, for example, in terms of the Middle Road site, and I'm not making a case for either for or against, simply on either side of that site, you've got a retirement village that had been built on the other side of that site, Te Ati Road, and then a residential development, the Iona Triangle also. That land is all very similar in terms of production land.
So in the paper or in the plan, it says aiming for around 5% of the highly productive soils will go into urbanisation.
Yeah.
And I do endorse the, the condensing of housing. And yet one of the early statements in this plan is that the plan would recognise the community's desire to not include highly productive soils. And so what we're being served here is 5% is an acceptable level. Is a bit of a trade-off. Is that what I should be?
That's right. There's a trade-off. And that is always hotly debated. Certainly I have been in the position in a previous role of defending council's decisions against development on highly productive land that was not included in Hastings District Council's plan as either residential or rural lifestyle, and that will continue. The reasons that were put forward for including the Middle Road site in the FDS is because there is a natural development line, and so it rounds off the development in that area. Ultimately, you will have heard that the arguments against that are that it's just another site that's been taken up. There is a balance that councils must strike, and that is allowing development without constraining it too much and being criticised by central government for pushing up house prices, while also trying to protect valuable production land as well. And so that is the balance that the FDS is trying to strike here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
So I've got two more. One related to Councillor Roadley's query. You mentioned the influence that we can have on areas such as Riverbend Road in a flood context. What, if any, influence can we have on expanding into rural land where we might consider that unnecessary? By that I mean fertile rural land.
Through that mapping, do you mean?
Well, I just we can influence what happens in a Riverbend Road site for flooding. I'm just wondering, in fact, if we have any tools to influence expansion onto fertile land.
Great question.
I think, through you, Chair, ultimately, in past, the regional policy statement would have set the policies and objectives that would have directed the district councils to not go there. I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you, what the future of that looks like with the future RM system and what influence we will be able to have other than the identification of highly productive soils in accordance with the MPS on highly productive soils. But in terms of the direction and the influence, essentially this is, the FDS is the place to do that as partner councils at this point in time, until I have further direction from from central government on what the RM system looks like. I'm not so sure.
Actually, and also aligned to that, the report says that we need to prioritise a look at rural residential as a potential relief valve to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of discussion about that, difficult infrastructure-wise and that sort of thing, but equally I hear a lot of people who have done that stuff saying, well, actually, we'll take care of infrastructure, so it doesn't need to be a cost of the ratepayer. But my point is, actually, in fact, is anything happening on a rural residential strategy at the moment?
Through Chair, not at this point in time. That will come next, and we will certainly be working with the partner councils on that. I would note, and I do this based on my previous history, that Hastings District Council have drawn a very hard line on development that has not met the requirements of HPUDs and its district plan. It has been firm in opposing subdivisions that didn't comply with its plan, and we have Hastings District Council took a number of cases to the Environment Court, were taken to the Environment Court a number of times on those decisions and were successful in defending those decisions and protecting its highly productive soils. So I think we should be clear that Hastings District Council have actually taken a proactive approach at protecting their soils, despite I get that there is this one site that's now in contention.
Yes, sorry, I don't mean doing that on highly productive soils, I mean doing it in areas which are not productive.
In terms of rural residential, yes, but that will come next following the adoption of the FDS. That is the next piece to work on for the partner councils.
Okay, do you have a time frame on that?
No, I do not.
If I can just
Yes,
perhaps clarify. If and when the three partner councils adopt an FDS, the next step is to then think about what does implementation of that FDS look like. And so the intention is to bring the implementation scope back to the FDS Joint Committee when it next meets in August. And certainly the notion of a rural residential strategy would be part and parcel of that mix.
Thank you. Final question, then we have to move into deliberations.
Chair, just following on, thank you for your own supplementary there. Just following on from Councillor McIntosh's line of thinking there, would it be fair to say that in a whole range of consenting decisions and decisions made by our TA colleagues and by the Environment Court, that even when council is armed with lots of evidence, the persuasion of policy behind it, we have been disappointed on numerous occasions with the consenting decisions made. So even though we have the high ground, so to speak, we've been disappointed in developments such as Ahiti Road, in Whirinaki, in West Shore, etc. So are there a number of cases where council has submitted an opposition to a consent, but the consent's been issued in any event?
Without looking back at each of those developments that you referenced, Councillor Curtin, I'm not certain that I could state that categorically. In terms of the recent West Shore subdivision, I don't believe we made a submission on that. And I can't, I'm not sure about the rest of the sites that you mention. I'm sorry, I can't I couldn't say yes or no to your question. I don't believe that's
I think,
categorical.
councillor, what you're referring to is Tangoil Beach development.
So Tangwea Beach
Yeah.
development I can absolutely speak to. This council submitted in opposition to that. An independent hearing commissioner was appointed and made a decision that went against both the district council and the regional council's recommendations.
Yeah, mine was more
Neither
generic.
council then appealed that to the Environment Court, and that was probably the opportunity that was lost.
Sure. No, it was more a generic question putting to you that there have been a number of consent applications made where we've opposed, and yet those consents have been issued.
I'm not sure, and that's what I'm saying, councillor. I don't know that we have absolutely opposed them. I wouldn't want to say that we have, because I don't have that information in front of me. I think from my experience of 25 years in the RM system, where there's good evidence and it does end up in the Environment Court, certainly the Environment Court takes note of that technical evidence.
Thank you. I think we can end questions there now and move into deliberations. Thank you. So what we have in front of us are recommendations from the staff from 1 to 8. And I believe, councillor Harding, you have put forward a request for an additional recommendation
Yes.
to make it 9.
Would you like me to read that?
Could you please read it out? And you have it,
Leanne has a
Leanne?
copy, but I don't know
Thank
whether she can
you.
get it up on screen.
Thank you.
It might not be artfully worded, but the intent of this is to close that loop. So in the future, we have clarity as governors that there is a process that staff will bring back these contentious issues and then put it back to council to ensure that council has an opportunity to resource appropriately and be involved if necessary in decisions about how long to engage for. For example, whether we should fund an appeal to the Environment Court. Anyway, so I've suggested, instructs the Chief Executive to develop a policy to ensure that a robust process of referral to council of regional, territorial, local authority plan changes and resource consent applications where HBRC is an interested party to ensure council awareness and ability to resource response appropriately.
Thank you,
Hopefully that's
councillor
not
Harding.
contentious, but I'm happy to take criticism.
Katrina, just some feedback on that?
I'm not sure, actually. It would be in the delegations policy. This does not currently meet, this doesn't match our delegations policy currently. You would have to review that, which we have only just adopted by this council. I think where we're an interested party, in terms of the language under the RMA, Councillor Williams can tell you otherwise, there is often no ability to make submissions or comments as an interested party. It's only where HBRC is identified as an affected party. I don't know that it's necessary to have a policy. I don't know what that policy would be developed under, but happy to be guided otherwise. I think that in terms of Gavin's comments about the implementation plan that is to be brought to the joint committee, I would submit, Chair, that actually as part of the implementation plan that is brought forward to HBRC for its consideration in order to achieve the second part of that recommendation.
Okay, so what I'm going to suggest, so we can both have our cake and eat it too, so we could change interested party to an affected party, because following on from your comments that it's only where the regional council is an affected party that they would be involved. And I request the CE to consider developing a policy. So then we get that on the table. We have consideration. We can think about how that fits in with delegations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Everybody's happy.
Okay.
And you can get there.
Yep.
And I have a slight change too.
Slight response change to 9?
No, well,
No.
I was just going to say we seek advice from the CEO as to how the council can best ensure participation in these processes. But might be a simpler way to do it, and come back to us for that.
Okay. I think we'll just leave it as it is,
Okay,
because there's intention there to come back.
Oh, you know, that's it, that's.
Yeah.
Considers developing, sure, that's good.
Yeah.
So, we were going to.
Leanne, you need to change interested party to affected party, please.
Affected party.
Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Okay, now we have a suite of 9 recommendations.
I just wanted to amend the text for at 7.
Amend the text at 7, yes, you did note that.
By adding the words after brackets, to the site and wider locality.
Yep, to the site and wider localities.
I should signal that creates an issue because the district councils will be looking at this, but if we signal that, they can hopefully see that and agree to it tomorrow as well.
They might be watching right now.
Martin, can you please
Yes,
just
it's
remind
the
us which paragraph that's
Okay,
in?
the last paragraph of the text, and it says this should include consideration of residual risks, etc. After the bracket, to the site and wider locality.
Thank you.
Sensible.
Okay, 6, we've got an addition and 2 additions in there. Thank you both to councillors there. So now we move on to moving those if there are no other further issues to raise. Can I please have a mover and a seconder for those recommendations?
I'm happy to move.
Thank you, councillor Harding. Can I please have a seconder?
I suggest you second.
Sorry,
Suggest you second it.
second it. Happy to second it. Okay, councillor Harding.
Oh, look, I think we've covered it very fulsomely. The phrase dead rat has gone around the table a few times. It certainly feels like that, but I think staff have given us good advice and we've landed in a pragmatic but uncomfortable space, which I'm happy to support.
I have some serious concerns, particularly around the Riverbend Road inclusion, but I've also taken advice, I guess, from Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh on the process that they've gone through with the joint committee, I guess the trade-offs, and also the overall aim of having a future development strategy for the region and moving forward with that, which is why I am supporting recommendations 1 to 9. Any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
Just want to add 2 very brief comments. One, this is not the end of the road. Regardless of future consent processes, I think that this will be subsumed into a regional spatial strategy that will enable us to look at options outside of Napier and Hastings, including Central Hawke's Bay, for taking up some of this growth demand. So please don't despair, members of the community, about aspects of this you're desperately unhappy with. That's not a cop-out, but that's just the reality of it. On the if Riverbend Road goes through a fast track, just be aware we may not be an affected party, we may not have the ability to submit, and the test will come down to, at the end of the day, whether the adverse effects after mitigation are sufficiently serious to be out of proportion to the benefits. So that's the only way that it could be declined. So it will have to be a pass, despite natural hazards, unless the adverse effects are disproportionate to the benefits. So that's going to be a high threshold. So if they get that into the fast track, we will need to participate as best we can. And let's just be very clear about 2 things. One, Middle Road is LUC2 land. It will be HPL. It is HPL. It is a classic case of bits of Hastings popping out and we square the circle. And we've been doing it for 50 years. We don't need Middle Road. It doesn't need to be in there. We don't need Riverbend Road. It doesn't need to be in there. If this committee or if this council endorses this future development strategy, those are 2 realities you need to very clearly understand. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start by thanking and congratulating my colleagues, Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh, who have done an excellent job on the committee, the joint committee. There's nothing more I think they could have done to have highlighted the issues and to have rammed home the consequences, the consequences in particular regard to both Middle Road and Riverbend Road. They are the two focus. I have some disappointment with the staff's paper and the staff's approach to this. I think it is overly timid. I think that to bypass the committee's decision and to have looked behind the committee's decision to the independent panel was wrong. I think the committee itself had the responsibility to look at the independent panel's decisions and recommendations and to have overridden them correctly because, one, they didn't meet the objectives of the strategy, and two, in particular in regard to the Riverbend Road scenario, relied on data which was dubious at best. And that's a significant concern that we've arrived at this point. But the main thing I want to talk about, Madam Chair, is the wider consequences of this decision to adopt the plan, but to include the Riverbend Road commentary. The horse bolts once we adopt the strategy, including both Middle Road and Riverbend Road, and the security or the comfort blanket that is offered by essentially, and I use the term footnote because that's what it is, we are giving a green light to the development and we are trying to cover our tracks from our position and taking small comfort in some sort of footnote to it. And the consequences are wider. What we've done is walked away from a very important role we play, both in protecting lives and in protecting the environment. And both of those imperatives, fundamentals for this council, sit and rest with that decision. It's of concern to me that we are looking to capitulate. We could have taken a stronger leadership role, despite what our TA colleagues would like, because we have been rolled on numerous occasions by interested parties when we should have stood up. And I go back to 2008 when we over-allocated water, we shouldn't have done. I go to 2012 and the document around the land use planning, the joint hazard strategy, where we were adamant that we shouldn't be building in places that ultimately prove fatal for a number of people in this region. So we've backed off, we've given up, we've capitulated, and we've landed ourselves in all sorts of troubles as a consequence. I'm really greatly disappointed, and I reserve my strongest comments for our TA colleagues, for some unfathomable reason, are determined on a course of action to build in places that present a serious flood risk, a serious threat to life and property. The last event in this location cost the city and its people $100 million, over $100 million, and yet we want to do that again. We want to put our communities at risk. The serious question that Councillor Williams raised about consequential effects of a proceeding and what the impacts are, we do know that consents will be contained and confined to the effects, the immediate effects. The residuals are somewhat way down the batting order when it comes to these resource consent applications.
Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll finish briefly by saying I cannot understand why the Napier City Council would go down this road when clearly they have been seduced by a promise of millions of dollars for infrastructure when that is just fantasy land Those developers are never
Councillor
going to front for
Curtin,
that.
thank you. Councillor Curtin, we don't know if any of that's true. But time is up and
Madam
I've given
Chair,
you warning.
there are dark forces at play and they should be recognised.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. And there is exception in what you said around criticising staff's work. So if you can please withdraw from that.
Not Madam Chair.
But I would like it noted that that shouldn't be the case. No. Okay? Councillor McIntosh.
Yes, well, it's an understatement to say we're between a rock and a hard place on this, and I'm scared of the implications for what I'm about to suggest, but I don't feel I can support this. I wouldn't put it in the same context as my learned colleague, however, I do feel that these conversations have been going on for years. I'm talking about building on fertile land and I'm talking about flood protection. They go on for years, we say, no, we've got to stop doing that, and then we do it. And this just feels like a repeat of all that. The part that makes me nervous about it is the implications of our not endorsing this are generously unclear, and so that's not great, and it has been a massive project to get us to this stage, I understand that, but I do just feel that if we were to, as I said before, walk down the street and consult with a few ratepayers and say, what do you think about these things, then they would be nervous about, well, unhappy about the encroachment on the fertile land, and they would be unhappy about building in areas that are flood prone, even with the wording that we potentially have around that. So look, I respect everyone's opinion, but I just don't feel I can support it, Chair.
Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, acknowledge the staff and my colleagues on the committee. Obviously, a lot of work and resource gone into this over a large amount of time. And I hear the pain in my colleagues' voices. But sitting on the sidelines, I do struggle as a regional council when we seem to have been cornered into this corner, so to speak, and we're not allowed to, or we don't seem to be able to consider the wider implications. And take, for example, seems quite ironic, a paper only one or two further down the agenda where we're acknowledging climate change risk, and in particular Napier City. And how do we all, agree and adopt that paper and this at the same time? My colleagues also said the approach about, they've tried their best and no doubt they have, and we just have to suck it up. Well, we might as well just suck eggs, except there's going to be no eggs left because we're killing the golden goose. And the productive soils, the irony again, in a paper further down the agenda is water security on the Hiratonga Plains. Now, one of the primary reasons for that is to protect our productive sector. And here we are, agreeing to losing, more of that and the capability. And in a post-cyclone world, in a cost of living crisis, in a balance sheet crisis where all our debts are getting out of hand, what's going to save us? It's the economy. And I'm just not quite sure, why we're going down this route. And so that's what I mean by, we just seem to have been cornered into this one thing and we're not taking into account the bigger picture. And so this is a real struggle.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, along a similar line, can I first start by thanking Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh, couldn't think of your name for a minute, Jock, for the work that they've done in promoting in that forum, that joint committee forum, for everything that's been stated. And I absolutely oppose and cannot endorse the inclusion of the highly productive soils and putting homes where they should not be. And I can see, like you, Jock, I can see members of the public throwing their hands up saying, are you mad? However, I am drawing some comfort from that this is an urban strategy and that we will, and I underline that, we will be looking at a wider look at the region. We do need to include and maximise the opportunity for the whole of our region, be that Wairoa, be that Central Hawke's Bay, be that further up the catchment. There is a golden opportunity there to enrich those communities. And I think this is a pragmatic, an uncomfortable but pragmatic, could we dare say it's a gap filler until we can get to that piece, and by no means belittling or reducing the amount of work that Katrina and her team have put into it, because I can see it is a huge amount of team, and the rock and the hard place, you must be feeling fair squeezed. So I thank you for that work, and with that pragmatic approach, I will be supporting the motion 1 to 9.
Thank you, Councillor Rodley. Councillor Hokianga.
Kia ora tātou, through you, Madam Chair. I just have to declare some level of conflict, and it's not overly clear to me just yet. We've just come out of the iwi elections, and so it's the iwi has some interest in Riverbend Road, and so it was probably remiss of me not to mention that.
Councillor Hokianga, does that organisation have commercial interests in that development or not?
Yes.
Yes, it does. And you're no longer a trustee?
I'm no longer a trustee.
Okay, thank you. So that, if you feel that you need to step away from this as a conflict, you can, but at this stage, I don't see that currently your position, you would need to. But that is your decision.
I guess it's moving into the formalising some of that, stepping down from those spaces needs to come to a close, and how long that process is going to take is unclear.
Would you like to step away from voting?
I think it's probably in the
Thank you.
interest of transparency.
Thank you. Fantastic. Not fantastic for you, but I mean fantastic that you've declared that and recognised it. Any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
Raise a question. Reading the room, it seems to me that there's a possibility here at least that we're going to be voting not to adopt the strategy.
As it currently is in the recommendations.
Could we get some advice on whether there'd be any advantage in adopting the strategy without Riverbend and or Middle Road? They're not adopting at all because of our concerns about those two sites? Or are they both equally as difficult?
I'll look to Katrina and Gavin for that answer.
Through you, Chair. Having to be a bit brave here, because I'm just going from a gut instinct here, which would be that I think this organisation would be better to adopt a strategy excluding the sites you reference than to not adopting the strategy at all. And the reason I say that, and to be clear, Councillor Williams identified all the very good things that this strategy is delivering. There is a lot in this strategy that is good. And so the staff will then have to take that forward and figure that out. But I think to not adopt a strategy means that we have to go back and somehow with our partner councils redo a process that I think is more complex than not adopting the strategy with those two sites in.
I mean,
I have not got any advice on that, to be fair, other than guidance from other regions, as I suggested earlier in the comments about Bay of Plenty Regional Council that identified those as go cautiously sites.
Yeah.
And so we may need to come back to you on that later.
Chair, could I just signal then that if this motion fails to adopt the strategy with those two sites, with the qualifier, I'd like to be moving an amended motion that
Yep,
goes
thank
the other
you.
way.
We have thought, Leanne and I have thought about that, but we do need to round off this process. So, right of reply, councillor Harding, as the mover.
Yep. Look, just very briefly, just to put one question to bed, in particular in relation to Riverbend Road, whether we do or whether we don't include it in the FDS makes no difference to the risk that a fast track application may see it proceed anyway. So just want to get that clarity. So we need not be concerned that by making a decision either way, we actually influence it. We have no influence of that. And just check with my colleague who's well versed in these things, Councillor Williams. It doesn't make any difference to that. So in moving this paper, I'm in the camp that says we are required to adopt an FDS.
Yes.
Let's put this particular set of
Caveats.
recommendations to the test.
And I wholeheartedly support that because then there are caveats there versus not. Okay. So those recommendations 1 to 9 are on the table. All those who agree, can you raise your hand and we'll take numbers, please? 1, 2, those are 3. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got that, Leanne? Thank you. Okay, so that's been lost. Now, Councillor Williams, would you like to raise a alternate recommendation?
Yeah.
And I recommend that we include 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and remove 7 and remove 8. And possibly, if we still want to, add the addition of Councillor Harding's last amendment.
All right. What I'd like to, with that move is 1 to 6, and then a new 7 is that we adopt a final strategy that excludes Riverbend Road and excludes Middle Road on the grounds that, 1, including those two sites would be contrary to the strategic objectives of the strategy. 2, it's giving Leanne a chance.
Thank you.
Including those sites is not needed in order to provide sufficient housing supply to meet demand over the term of the strategy. 3, including those sites would not promote well-functioning urban environments. 4, we have considered all of the information, including the summary of submissions that is discussed in the staff report to the Joint Committee, including this organisation's own submission. And well, I think that just really signalling that those have been considered as part of our reasoning. And the objectives I had in mind obviously were objectives 3 and 6, and they might be mentioned in that first one.
Objectives 3 and 6.
Yes, which is our communities are resilient to the effects of climate change.
Yes.
And highly productive land is protected for productive uses.
Okay, I might just ask for a little bit with this to make sure I've got all the words correct. Are you able to pop it up there?
Yeah, Leanne will pop it up.
Oh, you are, thank you.
Councillor Williams, will you add the last recommendation raised by Councillor Harding?
To the extent it's still needed, yes.
To the extent it's still needed?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm happy to include that.
So
Here we go. On the
is there something
Screen.
that comes after Middle Road?
Middle Road for the reasons that.
Sorry, can you share the screen, please?
Oh, sure. Apologies.
I've got a slight correction to make also. Inclusion is not required to provide sufficient development capacity. That's what the wording should be.
Inclusion is not required to
Provide sufficient development capacity rather than housing supply to meet demand.
to meet
And you could just leave the rest of that words out.
terms, okay?
Take out for the terms of the strategy.
Okay. Can we bring up that last recommendation as well, just to see if it still fits, please, Leanne? Was number
It
9
was
in the
9.
last set?
Chair, I think the intention of that last one is that it's more broader. It's not just
Yeah,
in
it's
relation
not
to
just-
river there. It's just as a broad approach that
Yeah.
we're closing the
Have a
circle.
tie back, yep. Okay,
That's it there.
okay, so it's still relevant. Okay, so Councillor Williams, you've concluded your amendments?
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, can we just go back up? I just think there's some words missing.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Leanne. Sorry, it's just down a bit, please.
This would be
All of the information, including the summary.
No, that's fine. Sorry, didn't quite see that bit.
And a middle road site should be 4A and 4B. Is it 2A and 2B?
3.
3A and 3B.
3A and 3B.
It's actually HN.
HN.
Yeah, can we have the full?
References for Middle Road, two sites are HN 3A
Yes.
Yeah.
and HN 3B.
3B.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gaddam.
like that, Gav?
Okay, Zen, but yep, close enough.
Okay. Can I please have a seconder for these recommendations, the motions put? Councillor McIntosh, thank you. Councillor Williams?
No, I don't need to say any more.
I think we've deliberated quite a bit. Councillor McIntosh?
Look, I see what I said then, but I would note that what we said there is consistent with what we have conveyed to the FDS Joint Committee.
Thank you. I think we've all had our opportunity to talk to this topic. It's been well traversed. Thank you all for your contribution, your views, particularly our 2 joint committee members. So those recommendations on the table, all those who agree say aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our visitors who have come to the council meeting today. We will break now for lunch and be back to carry on decision making of item 10 from item 10. Thank you all.
Time to inspect.
I believe so.
Everyone, councillors, staff and visitors, welcome back. I have an apology from Councillor Lambert, who has had to take leave because of a whānau issue that has come up. So I'm happy to move that, and can I have a seconder for that apology? Councillor Williams, all those agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. We'll hand it back over to you, Katrina.
Thank you.
In terms of item 10, this is just the recommendation from the decision item from corporate and strategic. Is that correct?
The corporate and strategic decision, or the paper needed to go to corporate and strategic decision, or let me backtrack. Item 10 before you is a proposal to purchase a vessel, a boat, for the harbour master function, as well as a personal watercraft, translated to a jet ski for the harbour master functions. The proposal that was taken and adopted by or approved by the Corporate and Strategic Committee was to use $326,000 of the Enforcement Revenue Fund to pay for some of that, and then to loan fund the balance, which in the budget that was put to Corporate and Strategic was $300,000. So a total of $626,000 of unbudgeted capital, which is why the decision also needs to come to council. It's an unbudgeted capital item that was not in our LTP. The Corporate and Strategic have approved the use of the Enforcement Revenue Fund, and so this council needs to approve the other part of that and the total, if that makes sense.
It does.
Happy to
Councillor
move.
Rodley.
Happy to move as recommended.
And can I have a seconder?
Second.
Oh, Councillor Foley.
Just possibly, just a point of order. We and just want to talk about recommendation 4. For more completeness, I mean, the Corporate and Strategic Committee received the budget of a total of $626,000 for the project. And I think order would be better served, and particularly as we've just heard that the loan is not part of our LTP, so we should just specifically be very clear about the loan that we're approving. It is $300,000. We could do that two ways. We could just add a balance of $300,000 into that recommendation 4, or we could just attach the budget that was submitted to CNS, and Katrina has told me offline that she preferred that we put that whole budget in, which will just show clearly, and comprehensively how we're spending the money, and that's probably the best thing to do. So if we could just amend that, I'd suggest that we amend recommendation 4 to carry on balance of $300,000 of loan funding as detailed in the attached budget, and we will append the budget from that. I'm sorry, I just don't have a reference to that at the moment. We were battling with Stella before to get a reference, but there was a one-page budget.
Through you, Chair, that budget was appended to the agenda on the 21st of May 2025, strategic and corporate agenda.
Okay, thank you. So you're happy with that amendment?
Yes, very.
Councillor Rodley and Councillor Foley, you're okay with that also? Thank you for raising that, Councillor Harding. All those who agree, say aye.
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 Those against, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Adrian. Okay, we'll move through to item 11, which is the climate change risk assessment, and we have Amberley and Desiree. Kia ora kōrua, taking us through the recommendations from the Action Committee, Joint Committee, and also to talk to us about next steps of the work. Hand it over to you. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. The purpose of this item is to provide Council with recommendations from the Climate Action Joint Committee relating to the release and findings of the region's first climate change risk assessment. Work to undertake the assessment commenced late 2024, and the output of this work, a technical report, was the first of its kind for our region, and it was formally received by the Joint Committee in May and subsequently publicly released. the report. This is it here. It's a pretty robust piece of work. It has been circulated to you, and there are some physical copies available up the front should you want one. As noted in the report, this serves as our shared evidence base about our current knowledge of our climate risks, and for the first time it also starts to quantify the impacts and the costs of both severe weather and slow onset events for our region. It's a foundation for further work and more localised adaptation work across the region, and it's a critical piece to support a shift from reactive to proactive adaptation. The report contains a huge amount of detail, as well as more high-level regional and district-level findings. It doesn't contain recommendations for individual councils, including this one, but it does set out opportunities for further work and next steps for consideration. On receiving the risk assessment report at their last meeting, the Climate Action Joint Committee resolved to make several recommendations to the 5 partner councils and also requested staff progress work on a climate data investment strategy or roadmap, which we are due to report back in September. The report for this item sets out the recommendations that the Joint Committee is making to the 5 partner councils. Hawke's Bay Regional Council is the first council to receive these recommendations. My understanding is the other councils have it on their agendas for next month. And the report in front of you also sets out the next steps being progressed by staff following the release of the report. I know we're a little short on time, happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you, Emily. Sam, would you like to add any further context as chair of this joint committee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you, Emily and Desi. And also thanks to the rest of the technical advisory group, which have been the powerhouse, and it's really, and particularly the staff from Napier City Council and Hastings District Council, ably supported by part-time resources from CHB District Council. This has been a phenomenal amount of work, and it takes us into new territory, which is for the first time to be able to look at hazard in a comprehensive way. And one of the easiest ways to think about this is most of you will be familiar with our hazards portal. That presents layers of natural hazard risk. It's a pretty old tool. It only presents one hazard risk at a time, and that data is certainly, even if some of it may be prospective, so looking into the future and the climate change, but largely it is not. Where this climate risk assessment and the tools that sit in behind it take us into the future of, with robust data, having the ability to comprehensively look at the whole suite of risks, natural hazard risks, as they are affected by climate change, so as they change over time, and to be able to relate that back to regional spatial planning. So that is the journey that we're on. So what you do see is a comprehensive report which is high level only and is intentionally pitched at a level to see the problem at a regional scale and to give a set of context and contrast at individual local authority level. What you're not seeing is also the spatial tools that sit in behind that and are the future of our future planning. So this journey also includes with the ability to drill down and look both for council's own asset management as well as future planning for where people work, live and play to be as safe as we can and for us to plan for that future. It's just the start of the journey. One of the most important things it's achieved, other than being a milestone in itself, and as of giving new regional and district direction to climate risk that we simply haven't had before, is it also highlights the limitations of the data that we do have. So one of the most important, and Amberly's already referenced it, is understanding what we don't have is what we do have, and then formulating a plan for how we build as a region that the natural hazard data in a climate fit way going forward. So that's a really important piece of work that we will close out, or attempt to close out in September, to have a framework to take that forward into the new trimester. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Are there any questions for the team? Councillor Foley.
Just the section around next steps in terms of the partner councils and, budgets and LTP and stuff. Can you just confirm, are all there's been a bit of media talk about some councils and some councils, who is actually still in, and what does the kind of budget request look like going forward for the next LTP? Are we sort of sitting at the same level, or are you looking to up that?
I'll have a go. So like all committees, it will get dissolved at the end of the triennium.
Yeah.
And so it'll be the next council's decision whether what governance structure goes forward. From a staff perspective, we're agnostic about that. We really want to keep the technical advisory group collaboration going. And this is the first year that we've had joint funding, and we have been able to achieve a lot with this report because of that joint funding. I guess we are unclear as to what other councils will dedicate going forward. We did ask, the chairs wrote to each partner council and asked that they put money in their LTP for 3 years. And we understand that that's in LTPs, but it'll be each member council to decide that for the next financial year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roadley and then Councillor Curtin.
I don't have a question.
Oh, okay.
I'll come back to me.
Okay. Councillor Curtin.
Just very briefly, has the Civil Defence Controller been engaged in this exercise, and how extensive is that? And can this information be accommodated within the Civil Defence strategy?
That's a great question. Yes, I can confirm CDM have been working with us alongside our partner councils throughout this project. We did have some workshops back in November as well, and the controller attended those, at the time acting group manager, as well as other CDM staff. So particularly Lifelines is our key contact within CDM at the moment, and for progressing this work, in particular the next steps around what does a climate data investment roadmap strategy look like. Very critical link there. We are, through that work, looking at a range of what are the different vehicles and options available. So we've got the research strategy through CDM, and we've got our own work programs within councils. We've got the work we do through the Lifelines group and other partners. So certainly working with CDM, our risk reduction is part of their framework and their work. So really critical that we work together across councils and CDM.
Mm-hmm. I just want to acknowledge the fantastic work that's gone into the risk assessment, and looking forward about how it's utilised in the regional spatial plan. What are some of the key features that we can take away from the tool and see it embedded into regional spatial plan?
So the report, and I think the tool that you reference is the tool that sat behind the report. I think we've discussed it at the joint committee, the last meeting, that ongoing access to the tool is a choice for individual councils, and that's something staff are still working through at the moment. It has been developed as part of this work, and I know other councils around the country are using that tool that has been developed for them to support internal decision making and other processes such as planning. I think the key thing from my perspective at least, and there may be planners in the room who want to also jump in, but like anything, this report itself is an input into any planning process. It's a piece of information. The other thing is that spatial component that you mentioned. So what was, I think, the key takeaway and the thing that this report really highlights about us, the ability for us to ensure we have really robust spatial information for that kind of planning process, is that there is work for us to do. So the report does start to show where we do have good information and where some of our gaps might be. And we will always have gaps. There will always be opportunities to improve that information. So we can't wait for perfect information, but with the knowledge that spatial planning seems to be the direction central government and our local conversations are going, is, well, what's the priority for us to fill or strengthen? So certainly that's, I think, and the representatives on the Joint Committee may want to speak to this further, but I understand that was really where the Joint Committee felt that the priority needed to sit. But yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
In the report itself, in the summary, at the beginning, it talks about the table on page 8, talking about hazard susceptibility and under river and rainfall flooding for Wairoa. It lists that as low, and I'm wondering why that is.
So that, and Chris may be able to talk to this as well, but so the data that was provided for this assessment was the data that is appropriate for this type and level of assessment, so a regional or district level. It's not to say that there isn't more granular data, for example, the likes of modelling that's happening through other projects in Wairoa that wasn't provided for this level of assessment, but for the data that we do have at this district level, I think we would acknowledge that it is older for the Wairoa district. And Chris, is there anything you'd like to add there?
Basically that it uses existing data, and one of the precise reasons we're currently reviewing all of our schemes is to produce a whole new swathe of flood hazard data that will all be used in, subsequent exercises like this, and also to go up on the hazard portal. So it's, some of this information has taken decades to aggregate across the whole region. There's an awful lot there. And at any one time, it's not all up to date.
So that's just a consequence of no data. Shouldn't it just say, as some of the others do, no suitable data?
So I can't comment on how the tool approaches that.
So this particular assessment that was based on the available data that we could collate for the assessment. Now, I would note also that it is the first phase of work, so it is acknowledged as a starting point. So we did have a discussion, and the Joint Committee certainly had a discussion last August when they asked that we proceed with this work at pace, that we could wait for more data. Like, how long do you wait for perhaps more detailed data that it would be appropriate for this type of assessment? That could be years. So, for example, with our scheme reviews, we know that there will be additional data available within the next year. That certainly would be great for an assessment like this. But the decision of the Joint Committee was that we can always wait for more data. Let's get this first piece done. And as you pointed out, it has highlighted where those gaps are, that we do need to have further conversations about how do we address those gaps.
Mm-hmm. Could I just
last question, and we'll move to
deliberations. Question again. I was just going to follow on from Emily's explanation that also when you're looking at district level, rivers are, and particularly the Wairoa River, is a very long river with only small pockets of urbanisation. So at a district level, it possibly looks slightly different, but also reiterates the massive gaps. And actually, while I've got the floor, I'll just carry on. I was going to say that I really want to be part of a council that is future focused on spatial planning, on working from data, working from facts, not just making up hazards, not making up and surmising. The more data we get, the better. But I also want to be part of a council that doesn't leave people behind. And so this information, this level of report is incredibly expensive and is probably beyond the reach of our smaller communities. And so by doing it at a joined up approach where we are leveraging off the might of the whole region, and bringing along the smaller council is incredibly important to me. Very disappointing to see Wairoa leave the table on this, but I suspect that they didn't actually realise this was coming, and the power that it will have for their planning and for the work that they will do, and the benefit that they will get from it when it gets to a point that's got the correct data in it, keeping in mind it's not there yet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roadley. If we move to our recommendations, Councillor Harding, would you like to endorse those?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Roadley,
Thank you.
you'd like to second them? Do you like to speak any further, Councillor Harding?
Yes, just briefly, and just responding to Councillor Roadley, that I think we need to understand that work progresses at two levels. There's the technical work of staff, and then there's the governance work of leaders. And whilst in a perfect world we'd have perfect alignment between the two, even if the Joint Climate Action Committee doesn't reconvene in some form right across the region for next trimester, that does not mean that work will not continue at a staff level on climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Councillor Roadley, any
I've
further?
said my piece, thank you.
No, thank you. Look, I'm really encouraged and support that the work goes on in the background, regardless of what happens next term. But thank you for your mahi. All those who agree, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. We move on to item 12, which is the Chief Executive Employment and Performance Review Committee. Now, this paper was asked for by Council to formally establish a committee that deals with these matters. And so we have had terms of reference brought to us that have aligned quite closely with other regional councils across the country that have this type of committee. Previously, it has been the whole council, but we're moving into a stage where we can acknowledge that a committee is more appropriate. The size of the committee matters and its membership matters alongside its responsibilities. So I'll hand it over to you, Leanne, and then we'll go through deliberations. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, team. Yes, this falls in line with most other councils. I have to say that we were probably the exception in having such a committee. And it similar to the risk and audit, it just makes it more accessible for a few councillors to be able to deal with the nitty-gritty details of the subject, knowing that the full council is always informed of any decisions that need to be made. And unless anybody has any questions about the terms of reference, they're pretty static, and we've drawn them up with the intention that they're easily carried forward into the next triennium in the new governance structure.
Thank you. Fantastic. Any questions for Leanne? We do have some amendments to make that we've already circled around, but any particular questions with the paper? No, there are none. Thank you, Leanne. No, thank you. Okay, so a full...
Chair.
Oh, kia ora, Mike. Aroha mai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question for Leanne, but just a comment. Appreciate the purpose of the committee, what it's intended to do. Understand that it is a committee of council. But on behalf, I suppose, of mana whenua, tai whenua, etc., we have been involved in the appointment of CEO, reviews of CEO. We just felt that there's, for the consistency going forward, that consideration be given to have an inclusion of mana whenua at that table, that various committee. We're not at this point looking to raise an issue in regards to what's currently on the table. We just wanted to highlight that point, that up to this point, mana whenua have been central when it has come to the appointment and review of the performance of the CEO over a number of years now. And it would be remiss of me if not to raise that point and bring that to the attention of councillors and officers. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. I take the point that we do have Māori ward councillors sitting there, but at the end of the day, the hat that they wear are councillors. And I think in there lies the difference. There's an obligation for our Māori ward councillors to be councillors, first and foremost. And I must say that they do carry out that function. So I think having the voice from mana whenua, whether it be PSGs or wherever that may come from, I think is important. As has been demonstrated in the past by the inclusion of mana whenua, when it comes to the appointment and reviews of the CEO's performance. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, thank you, Mike, and thank you for reminding us of the valued contribution that either RPC Chair or Māori Committee Chair has made to appointments and review processes. So we need to consider that in terms of our terms of reference, okay? So councillors, and probably more for Leanne, I'd like to raise some changes to the terms of reference. I'll go through them slowly. In the terms of reference, point 2.1, I think we need to include in there at the end for recommendations to council, because it's not quite clear. It says negotiate and agree, as if the committee were agreeing, but really they're agreeing to appoint for recommendations to the council. Oh, you're bringing it up?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right, so that was
2.1. And that's just to reflect that the committee's role is when it's to negotiate and agree that annually with the chief executive, the performance targets and key result area weightings, including measurements of those performance targets, recommendations for the council. Yep. I'd also like to raise a change around membership under 4.1. The committee is to comprise of up to 4 councillor members.
Okay.
Being the chair, the deputy, and up to 2 other councillors. Okay, and then I'd like to raise an additional sentence after that, and one other member, either the Māori Committee Chair or RPC Co-Chair. Now, that is to reflect what we've heard from Mike in those positions being a part of this process up until now forming this committee. So that would be that would be 5 members total. The third recommendation is, just to add to that last sentence, the chair of the committee. So that it's made explicitly clear, it doesn't mean the chair of the council, it means the chair of the committee in 6.1 in terms of quorum. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Harding.
Yep. Kia ora, Chair. Just a question. In 4.2, we have the council will appoint one of the council members to the role of the chair. I think it's implicit in this that because of the close relationship between the incumbent council chair and the chief executive, that the council chair would not chair this particular committee. I just want, for the sake of clarity and posterity, if we built that into that 4.2, and we could just say at the end of the chair, comma, not being the regional council chair, if that was the intention.
Okay. Leanne, you've got...
So it wasn't intended one way or the other. However, I did notice that most of the other regional councils did actually appoint the chair of council as the chair of the committee. But I'm not sure whether that's something that is...
Okay, well, interesting, but there's a different viewpoint that could be had as well, which is that there's some degree of separation, given the close day-to-day working relationship between those two is possibly advantageous. Maybe it's just better to leave it as it is and as a judgment for the committee itself.
That's the thinking, is to leave it to the committee to make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
If I can go back to that second amendment, that actually there is a notion of one of those two other councillors being a Māori seat councillor. Can we please have that included?
So can you just run that line past me again?
Okay.
The members are?
Yep, the committee is to comprise of up to 4 members of council, being the regional council chair, the deputy chair, a Māori councillor chair, and one other. That makes sense? Member, sorry, councillor. Māori constituency member.
Councillor, yeah.
Councillor. And one other.
Or 2 others if the Māori councillor is the deputy or the chair.
I think that's why we're trying not to specify too much.
So that first one will read up to 4 councillor members of council being regional council chair, deputy chair, a Māori constituency councillor, and 1 other councillor.
Yes.
To be
agreed and appointed by the council.
And then
and
1 Mana Whenua member being either the regional planning committee or Māori committee chair. Right to you. And then the council will appoint 1 of the councillor members to the role of chair.
Yes.
And the council can appoint additional members for a period when their appointment is deemed necessary for the committee to discharge its functions.
Okay, that additional member. Yeah, okay. We'll start with that and we'll just converse around getting this in the right shape. Councillor Hokianga?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just mindful of the whether it might be double handling. I think having a mana whenua or one of the Māori constituent councillors on there, I think it might be best suited one or the other. I'm not sure how my fellow colleagues around the table feel about that, but I just sort of put it there, Madam Chair.
Okay, and what would your preference be?
Taking the point of the chair of our Māori committee and the point he raises about consistency through the whole process, and it's a valid point there. But the other point that I think, as the employer, is that it probably that panel might want to look like reflecting the employer in total. Yeah.
Okay, so you.
So I'm just putting two sides there on the floor to kick off the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Rodley?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hokianga. I actually think this is a key piece of mahi between an employee and an employer, of which the regional council is the employer, and it's possibly one of the most important things we do as an employer to inspire and motivate and keep our CE engaged on the mahi for our community. So I would be wanting the tour to reflect its makeup of being only councillors, and I would very much endorse the Māori constituent councillors, two of them, one of the two, on that meeting, not outside membership.
I agree with that, Chair. The only other thing I would add to it is 5 is a hell of a lot to have on that committee. So 4 is better.
Yeah, a size of 4. Okay. Councillor Harding?
Really just a question for clarification. So if we look at terms of reference to purpose, that relates to matters of employment. Active, I interpret it as the act of employing or disemploying, performance and remuneration. And I'm just seeking clarity about from whether it's a Māori committee or RPC rep or whatever, at what points are they currently involved? So I've taken Mike's point, and sorry, I was doing some other things at the same time. So I heard his point in relation to the employment decisions, and I'm very happy that's been a sound process, but I'm just trying to understand and get clarity. What changes this? I mean, this is a new committee, but the touch points that we currently have, do they currently reach into performance I'm sure they do in an informal way, but do we do that in a formalised way through a committee structure or some other structure at the moment, and remuneration? So I just want to try and break that down and be clear about whether we are introducing some new touch points where acknowledging the question about who the employer is.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's fatal. I don't think the question about whether the employer or not is fatal, but I'm wanting great clarity about new touch points, if you like.
Yeah. I'm starting to look at membership under 4.3, if there can be a role for RPC Māori Committee in that clause there, which is the council can appoint additional members for a period when their appointment is deemed necessary for the committee to discharge its functions. And that could include the division between performance versus employment. Possibly. Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, look, I think just want to echo. Sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Are you there down the back?
Councillor Roadley.
I won't take offence.
This is really important stuff, and it's great to see the establishment of a committee, but it is an employment function that lands on the councillor's desk and the councillor's desk alone. And I think the committee makeup should primarily reflect that. And on the other hand, the other part of my mind is saying, well, look, this is a recommendation. It's important to make recommendations on an informed basis, and we've had invaluable advice from Māori Committee for years. So I think you may have found a sweet spot in there, Chair.
Yeah.
And would suggest perhaps it's deemed necessary or helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Foley?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Councillor Curtin?
I'm persuaded that from a perspective from mana whenua, specific representation could have a role to play in assessing or contributing to an assessment of performance.
Yes, okay. Okay, I think we've come to a place where, can I reread the membership and where we've got to? Okay, 4.1, the committee is to comprise of up to 4 members of council, being the regional council chair, deputy, Māori constituent member, and one other. And that in 4.3, I'd like to add at the end of that sentence, performance issues to include the invitation to the Māori Committee Chair and or RPC Co-Chair.
Does it need to say one other councillor? Not just one other?
No, so that gets us to 4 and 4 councillors in 4.1.
Just the last word on 4.1 should say council.
Oh,
council
yes.
law.
Yep, to be agreed and appointed by the council. Yep.
It's understanding that judge's function.
And then at the end of 4.3, for performance, for CEO performance matters, an invitation to the Māori Committee Chair and/or RPC Co-Chair.
Sorry, can you read that again?
Where's that going?
So that goes at the end of 4.3.
What's this bit about performance? Okay.
It's a carry-on because 4.3
Yeah.
talks to appointing additional members.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, can you read both components?
So go back to 4.1?
Yep.
Yep. The committee is to comprise up to 4 members of the council, being the regional council chair, the deputy chair, a Māori constituent member, council member, and another council member.
Yep.
Yep. To be agreed and appointed by the council.
Yep.
And then at the end of 4.3, we're adding in.
For Chief Executive Performance Matters, an invitation is to be extended to them.
I can't hear you, Lee.
Sorry.
For the CE Performance Matters, an invitation is to be extended to the Māori Committee Chair and/or the RPC Co-Chair.
So is that,
That's for performance matters, non-employment matters.
so is that added on to 4.3? Yes.
Yeah.
Another sentence?
Yeah, at the end, yeah.
Okay.
And it could say not and or, it needs to be or, because not, you wouldn't want 2 more.
Okay.
Otherwise you've got 2 more people coming in.
Oh, so how does that work pragmatically when,
Flipping like a
how do you
message.
determine when they're in or when they're not?
I guess the 2 will decide who that one is.
Oh, you mean when?
Doesn't that mean that for performance matters only, those parties are invited in, but not invited in for other matters?
Yeah, so there'll be specific, I guess, agendas that deal with performance. Agenda items of that committee that deal with just the performance matters.
Could it say may be invited in?
May.
You wouldn't
Yep,
want
may.
to get tripped up.
Oh, I'd run with it, but I don't, it sort of seems a bit unusual to me that, I don't, why is it just performance matters?
Oh, because we've just spoken about the employment responsibilities versus performance, which these members have been a part of in the past. Okay. Okay, so that's terms of reference. We've settled that. And now we move on to the other parts of the recommendation. Okay, so we've got 1, 2 and 3 on page 54. And appoints the following members. So number 4 appoints the following members to the committee. Myself, Will Foley, and so we need 2 other councillor appointments, one being a Māori constituent member councillor, Councillor Hawke. Are you wanting to, I'd like to nominate you.
I'd like to second that. But not seconded.
Accept. Thank you. And then the 4th councillor being, I'd like to nominate Councillor Di Rodley.
Second.
The seconder, Councillor Williams. I'd also like to nominate Will Foley, Councillor Will Foley, as the chair of the review committee. And second, Councillor McIntosh. Okay, if we're happy with all 5 of those, would anyone like to speak to those 5 recommendations? There are no speakers. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Kia ora. We now move on to the LGNZ AGM and remits item. Thank you. Who would like to take us through this?
I believe that it can be taken as read other than we have, Susie and Katrina were on standby to answer any questions in relation to remits 2 and 4 and the rates capping paper.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, team, this is the usual standard for AGM LGNZ conference. Some of these issues we won't have much of an opinion on, but some we will. So Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair, just the point I was going to raise at the moment, the paper reads is that we have two choices. We actually have three for each of these. We can support, oppose or abstain.
Yes, exactly.
And so, and I think in the past, the general proposition has been if it is not something that's normally within our ambit as council, we might opt for the abstain option. And just for the sake of efficiency, I'm going to suggest that we might want to do that in respect of alcohol licensing fees that we don't have any day-to-day involvement in.
Thank you.
Having said that, I'm going to step back because I'm going to actually declare an interest in that because I'm in the alcohol industry as a grape grower.
Okay,
so
thank
I'm
you.
not going to vote on that one. So it would be inappropriate.
Playing that safe.
Yep.
Thank you. Fantastic.
But a point about abstention, which is all very relevant in the alcohol game, remains.
Okay, councillors, I'm going to propose an initial way forward for these remits. I'm going to propose remit 1, 2 and 5 that we support, and remit 3 abstain as our first level of decisions, and then remit 4, I think we need to have a discussion on that matter. Okay, so if I can have, I'm happy to move. Remit 1, support. Remit 2, support. Remit 3, abstain. And the rates capping, support.
Happy to second.
Thank you. All those who agree, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried.
Just the minutes just record that I abstained in respect
Yes,
to remit
and that
3,
you've
please.
abstained.
But supported the others.
You abstained on the abstention?
Exactly.
Sorry, and that included remit 5 support. Remit 4 is aligning public and school bus services. Okay, so this was a remit put up by the Mayor of Nelson, Nick Smith. We've all had a chance to read it, but it'd be great to have your perspective, Katrina, on how you think that might fit for us as regional council, and then we'll have questions before we decide on whether to support that remit or not.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm trying to do 2 meetings at once, so my apologies for not being here. This item has come before the regional sector and the transport sector. I have some comments from our transport manager, Russell. Unfortunately, he's away. So if you wouldn't mind, can I read those?
Yes, please.
So that you've got his take on that. In terms of, he highlights some concerns obviously around this. He highlights budgetary pressure, a high administrative burden, safety and public perception issues, impacts on school choice and equity, and political complexity and optics. So I'm just going to go through each of those. He says for budgetary pressures, while the Ministry of Education could allocate funding, current funding levels to council, there is uncertainty over future allocations, especially if local policies evolve to differ from existing MOE frameworks. I don't know if Councillor Williams has told you, but the current policy setting for Ministry of Education buses is 100 years old, and it hasn't been updated in that time. And so we would need that to be updated. Pressure from communities to retain underperforming services or expand provision would place additional fiscal strain on councils, requiring increased ratepayer funding or a commitment from central government to 100% fund the cost of those ongoing. And the current NLTF, the National Land Transport Fund, would not present a sustainable funding model for that currently. There is a high administrative burden. Administering school transport is complex, involving planning at the level of individual student addresses and school preferences. It would introduce a significant resource burden for councils, one which would need adequate compensation, again, and necessitate an uplift in resourcing. Safety and public perception issues. There's public concern around allowing general passengers on school buses. So as much as having an integrated system is good, actually having general passengers on school buses doesn't mix, particularly where young children are involved. While similar arrangements exist on urban services, the optics are different for school bus services, and risk perceptions may be heightened in more isolated or rural contexts, with much younger passengers catching those buses. Impacts on school choice and equity. Council-run transport. I suspect we would be under pressure, as we have been in the past, from students, particularly in north of Bayview and Esk, to provide buses to preferred or special character schools, potentially undermining enrolment zones and creating inequities. For example, he says in illustrative cases, Bayview students opting for Napier boys or girls' schools over their nearest state school, which is William Colenso. Another example is buses from Central Hawke's Bay serving St John's College in Hastings. And so we would be in that mix of having to work through those scenarios. Political complexity. Council-run services have the potential to be exposed to political agenda and drivers, as opposed to maintaining a ministry-led delivery model focused solely on access to education. As a risk, he says, that pressure would increase if it was to the local councils. You would be under a little bit more political pressure there from communities. The recommendation from the Regional Transport SIG was that, one, you would need substantial long-term funding commitments from the Crown. Two, we would need careful regional policy alignment across the country. A clear focus, laser-like focus, he says, on scope, purpose and delivery of the service. Strong governance and robust operational capacity. The benefits, of course, are that to have an integrated system, transport system, is beneficial for the region, and greater purchasing power. So instead of just tendering for our public services, we would be tendering for a much bigger business and therefore attract a greater range of potential tenderers. But we need that certainty of funding into the future in order to do that. Hopefully that has helped.
Thank you, Katrina. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, that's just a huge thanks and gratitude to Russell for putting that together at such short notice. Sounds, if not a Pandora's box, like a bag of wasps we'd be putting our hand into. Integration, getting people out of cars, equitable access to schools, as with any other destination, things I'm very passionate about. I just don't think that this is the right way to do it. We need to do our job. We're struggling enough to do that. The ministry needs to do its job, and it needs to update that policy, and it needs to provide a decent service for school kids, and we need to integrate that through the collaboration and dialogue that our public transport plan refers to. So with all of that said, jeepers, I was sold against this remit by point 2, I think, of the 5-point outline. Okay. So I don't think we should.
We should oppose.
It. Yeah, I think we should oppose it.
Okay. Any further commentary, especially if you want to support it? If not, we have to move through this item, team. So based on that and the limited information we do have, I think we should propose to oppose that remit number 4. Okay. I'm happy to move that. You happy to second that, yes. Martin? All those agree, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, carried. Thank you, Katrina. Thanks to Russell. We move through affixing of the Common Seal. I'm happy to move that. Councillor Foley, happy to second. All those who agree, say aye. Aye. Those against, carried. Can I please invite up Tom? Do you have Dan with you today, or just yourself, Tom?
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
I will be joining the remainder of the meeting online.
Online, okay, thank you. You're here to update us on the HBRIC, or decision item on the HBRIC statement of intent for the coming year.
Correct.
Hand over to you, thank you.
Yes, look, so apologies from Dan. He's got an alternative, there's another board meeting today. Appreciate the pressure on time. The only change that has been made to this paper is one that was actually recommended by councillors when we presented the draft, so I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Tom?
Just to confirm that that's the only change made to the version we previously cited earlier in the year. Thank you.
Fantastic. Can I please then have a mover? Councillor Harding?
Oh, well,
Oh, no, you have a
question first.
question?
I'm happy to
Of course.
move, but
Question first.
just for clarification, I think, I just can't find it in front of me, but I think at about 15, it mentions the loan from HBRIC to HBRC of $16 million. I think, just for clarity, I believe that's been, it's councillor's understanding that's been repaid since, so I don't think it matters. I don't think we need to change that, but just looking for
clarity.
the reassurance that it has already been repaid.
As at 30 June, I understand, so.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. And we've got a mover, Councillor Harding, and a seconder, Councillor Williams. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tom.
I think I'm staying.
And you're staying. Flip it over.
Moving into PE.
We will move into public excluded for item 22. Before we actually move into public excluded, council would like to postpone item 23, the Hawke's Bay Emergency Management Services Level Agreement, to a future date, possibly the July council meeting. And we will catch up with you, Katrina, around some of that reasoning. Okay.
And Chair, I'd like to get some more advice as to why this would be public excluded, having regard to the overriding public interest that might militate and be stronger and outweigh any potential issues for the advice of staff on contentious matters. So we need absolute clarity as to why this would be public excluded.
When this item is brought back to us, that should be included. Thank you.
Sorry, pardon me for interrupting, but if we leave that item to lie on the table, you won't see it again until after the joint committee has adopted it on the 28th of July, because that's before the next council meeting. Just to make sure that you're aware of that.
Would you like Katrina to?
Katrina?
Without diving straight into the paper, the proposed service level agreement is in, sorry, I haven't got my notes in front of me now, the transformation strategy that was adopted by the Joint Committee as a consequence of the Mike Bush review following Cyclone Gabrielle. It has been to the Joint Committee, or part of the Joint Committee's discussions and adoption of the transformation strategy previously. And it is due to go to the KEG on, sorry, I can't remember the words of the KEG, the
CE group.
Thank you. CE group on the 21st, I think, of July. And then the joint committee that has to make the decision on the service level agreement is meeting on the 28th. It is proposing, and no secret there, a bottom-up approach to response for civil defence emergencies that is led by the local councils, with Hawke's Bay Regional Council taking the role as administering authority. The reason largely that it's in public excluded is to give the council time to consider and discuss the options, and also include proposals for structural change that would affect staff that we didn't want to have in public.
Helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, councillors, now that you've heard that timing, would you still like to delay that paper for workshop, which I believe other councils had had that opportunity, which we haven't yet.
Through your chair, they have had that this week, which is essentially what we were going to do this afternoon.
Can we just deal with one issue at a time, I think? And firstly, the public excluded component of this. So we're strictly making a call on public excluded. So it's up to councillors to recognise or say whether they agree with the explanation given by staff that it's justified.
Yes, but if we're delaying this paper, we won't have to do that. We can do that at that time, when that paper is actually presented. So my question is whether we delay the paper or we deal with it now and we go into public excluded and go through why we're in public excluded.
Well, to make that decision, we need to say we're going to public excluded.
Let's just say it is then, and we I'll have a call for going into public excluded. So a mover and a seconder, please, to go into public excluded. Councillor Foley, Councillor Williams, all those agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried.
So are we going into public exclusion
Well, yeah,
now?
we'll follow the agenda though. So we'll have Tom back. Now we're in public excluded. So next we have the team up to present the Reducing Flood Risk in Hawke's Bay strategy. And there are different components of that, which if you're able to outline for us, Desi and the team. And we have the option of playing the video, the animation.
Has it changed since last time?
And
Varies, few, and just tweaks, minor tweaks.
it's 8 minutes long. So we either have options of asking many questions or just being able to share with the public through this meeting the animation. Okay, so I think we go animation. But we'll hand it over to you, Desi.
Right, thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. So this, as the Chair said, is to present the suite of materials that we've been working on to start a sustained conversation with the public about the size and scale of reducing flood risk in Hawke's Bay. I have Jenny, Ewan and Kath Galletley, our digital and comms leads, to talk about those aspects. And we've also got Liz Reid, who has been supporting us in this work, in the room. So you will remember that a catalyst for this work was a request from yourselves to help position, in particular, the Reimagining project within other flood risks and other work of council. So this really did forced us to think about how we were presenting our material. And this key strategic projects, which is in the top left-hand corner, shows how flood risk sits with other priorities that you have given to the Chief Executive. And we've broken flood risk down into rivers, surface and coastal. So this is, the idea is that this wiring will be used in the refreshed engagement hub. And all the material will have that look and feel and the icons. The one in the middle is the 2-3 pager that summarises the material in the big document, which is the 20-ish page discussion document. So we feel like it's and then in the bottom left is the animation. So we're pleased to present what we think is quite a comprehensive package of material now that has a strong cohesion to it. The idea with, we'll pass on to talk about the comms, but probably the only other thing I'd say is one of the headline kind of outcomes of this work that we're saying is if we did all the known engineering solutions today and delivered them, we would have to roughly double our rates. And so we've got a big job between now and the LTP to work with those who are directly affected and the region as a whole to come up with affordable options, because we know that that's not that affordable. Yes, I'll pass on to these guys.
Reducing flood.
Not quite there yet. So I'll just run you through briefly through the comms plan, which is in the agenda. So the comms plan really pulls all these elements together and is the beginning of this crucial conversation that is to be had with our community. The plan's really designed to raise awareness, foster understanding, and really set the stage for community involvement ahead of the 2027 long-term plan. And really building the foundation for informed choices from the public. So the goals there, and I'll try and be brief, just really help people understand the real and rising impacts of the flood risks and on their homes and way of life. Begin conversations around the big long-term decisions ahead, including infrastructure options, costs and trade-offs, and really provide clear factual information which supports transparency and really encourages people to engage. And you can, the key messages there you can see, and I'll just take those as read. So we're planning to launch, I guess, I'm not sure we'd call it a campaign. I think you'd call it the beginning of these conversations in mid-July. And it will be centred around this community conversations, what we're calling Community Conversations Hub, which is the single source of truth for all this information that we're presenting today. So it will have the conversation starter, which is what Desi has already pointed to. It will have the 20-page report that you have seen, animation and other information as well around reducing flood risk. And we will we'll start a digital campaign that will begin at mid-July. So that'll go through social media and through own channels. So things like our rates newsletter, grounded newsletter, and things like that. And of course, this material will be available for you as councillors to take out and engage with the community. So just going back, this isn't really a full campaign. It's the start of a regional dialogue that will continue regardless of changing councils, and it's really about equipping our communities with the understanding that they need to help shape big decisions. And now I will pass on to Kath, who will be able to just outline the vision behind the hub.
Kia ora. So we're going to rework the engagement hub, and we're going to rename it, or we're thinking of renaming it Community Conversation, so it better reflects the levels of engagement that can be had on the engagement hub. The engagement hub had quite a focus on living with rivers and the flood projects. We're just going to bring it up, and we're going to bring it up to the key strategic priorities, and it will look like all the artwork that we've got here, so that wherever anyone goes, everything looks the same, whatever project that they're looking at. And then most things on the engagement hub will be put under flood risk, water security or erosion control. There will still be a part on there for other engagements, regular engagements, transport, annual plans, that sort of thing. And all the messaging will be the same everywhere you look. And so people will have a good understanding of that, key strategic priorities. Then they drop down into the reducing flood risk. There's a lot of good information already there that will slot under that, and then we'll build over time to increase the information under each piece. We can add on engagements for each piece of work, so there's opportunities for people to comment, that, moderate and have comments on there. We can have forms, surveys, email sign-ups, so everything can have a sort of different degrees of, ways to engage. Also lots of updates so that people can see what's happening and it's up to date. That's the plan, and we'll just start working on that.
Thank you. Thanks, team. Any burning questions for these lovely ladies? Councillor Harding and Councillor Williams.
Kia ora, Chair. Just with the experience of coastal hazards in mind, there is arguably a gap. I'm just looking at the long form document, and it's the concept, bringing in the concept of insurance and the idea, and I think it's important for the community to understand that they have choices, particularly around investing in infrastructure, which then either minimises their insurance cost for their property or actually makes it insurable. So I think that's an important concept to get across quite early, that this linkage between people being able to buy their property, live in it, get it insured, finance it, and the work that this council does. It really goes to affordability, and it's a big part of that trade-off. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, that's great, and particularly impressed by the way that feedback from previous workshops has come back addressed. One of the ways that has happened, I just note on page 74 of our 744, I should say, say it again, of our attachments, is that we reframed the second strategic priority, water security, to put water conservation first, and the slide up there, I'm assuming, would need to, that looks like the old one. Mm-hmm. And I was very happy to see erosion control become land management,
there we go,
with reference to erosion control, biodiversity and biosecurity. So that's really good to see the revised statement. Just make sure we've got that, if it is your banner, for your entry into your conversation hub. The question I had, though, was we had paid ads always on within Ford, this is on page 66 of the other agenda. Paid ads always on with 4 designed variations across the 2 months. Where or what is that? It's obviously not in TV1 News, but so paid ads on what?
Facebook. I think they, so that's Facebook.
Oh, so just having
Facebook
paid ads on Facebook?
Yeah, and those ads run in the background and don't turn up on HBRC's feed.
No, they just
but
float away.
And we target them, we can choose, different targeted groups to send those out to.
I'm sure some of the councillor candidates would like to learn how to do that, so that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and well done, team. This is really starting to get some legs on it and run, and I'm happy with that. I just wanted to go to the discussion document, and firstly, just a tweak on page 25. I'm sure the Prongaho people don't want to be paying for a wireless scheme. Can you just, I think you've just overlaid some commentary there that should belong elsewhere.
Okay.
But that's not really my point. What I'm picking out of this is that we haven't really nailed down the costs involved. We're tilting at it, and I appreciate the difficulties of trying to go there. I wonder whether there's room for, if you like, a summary at the end of that to pick out, this is the total cost of this. Napier, summarise what's in the document itself. What are your thoughts on that? Or is it something you're shying away from?
So I have had a go at that, and we've gone round the circles with it. So we did land back. That was just too early to go with a lot of those figures because they haven't been tested or socialised with the most.
So they're basically raw. So we've got raw numbers for some locations that haven't been through any decision-making framework. We may or may not do them all. We may do none.
Sure.
And we've got other areas where we're still doing the work to determine the numbers. So it's a really risky profile in my view.
Totally get that. And so it's a weighing up exercise. I mean, part of the process here is to say, to engage with the public, to tell them it's going to cost a bucket load of money, and we're not really telling them that, unless we've so it's a balancing act between the two. My preference would be to pick out those numbers against each catchment and summarise them to say, and then qualify it to say these are really, very rough numbers, but this is the magnitude of the problem.
I think the staff are saying they can, but not yet. So when do we think we might have some high-level numbers that are accurate enough to share with the public and we've de-risked?
So, look, the great thing about this framework is that as those answers are known, we can release some information. So we're doing 20-odd scheme reviews at the moment. Mm-hmm. They'll be finished over the next 12 months. We would want to, of course, present that information to council first, and give an order of potential costs, and then we can connect into either the surface flooding for drainage schemes or rivers flooding for our rivers scheme. So I think we have potential to do that, but we still need some time. I guess we also need to learn probably lessons from our coastal strategy to sort of be realistic about numbers we're putting forward. So it is affordable, and there's choices and trade-offs that we can make before we present these potentially extreme numbers in some circumstances. So I think that's still before us, but we're certainly not in a position to say for each catchment, these are option A, B and C in terms of investments. We're simply not at that point yet, but we will be coming into the 2027 LTP.
Yeah, my concern is that we're potentially going out with this soon, and we're not addressing one of the key drivers of it. In my view, it falls a little short of that. I appreciate the risks involved, and wonder whether, in fact, we can come to a sort of a compromise position on that.
Yeah.
A number that's pretty scary, but qualified.
Yeah. So if we can just keep tabs on when the right timing's coming. Liz, would you like to come up to the microphone?
So to pick up on the point that Desi made earlier, we do include the fact that the order of magnitude is around 600 million, and that if all of that work were to be done today, it would double my rates. Those are fairly compelling statements in themselves, and I think the last time we workshopped this, we did discuss the fact that if we try to even put rough numbers at a more granular level for areas, human nature is that people will hang on to those numbers. And it's much more difficult for us to undo that when we have more accuracy around the numbers, because people will say, well, you told us back in 2025 that it was going to be X. So in terms of providing the scary numbers, we've gone as far as we can at the moment, and we've called it out in both documents, and it will be a feature of the comms information. But to get more granular at this stage would be high risk.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to go around the room. Everyone has a question, so I'm going to start with Di, lovely lady Di, and we'll come around, but just keep it really short. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, team. Just an opportunity for you to talk to when we look at the reimagining projects and the scheme reviews. In my mind, I'm thinking Heretaunga, and yet we're calling this Hawke's Bay flood stuff. Can you just talk to that, please?
Sure. I'll have a go, and I've also got Louise here from the Reimagining Project. So this really does lift up to flooding risk across the region and across all flooding types. So it's talking river, surface and coastal. And then the 600 million includes those coastal figures and the surface figures, and it's region-wide.
It is region-wide. So we are looking Porongaho.
Yep, so if you look at the 20-page discussion document, it's got a section for Wairoa and a section for Central Hawke's Bay. It talks about what we know now, our current state, what it costs for those, the annual operating costs of those existing schemes. It talks about the new Niwi schemes in Porongaho, for example, and Wairoa, and what those future operating costs will be. And then it talks about future where there's something we're doing. Yeah.
Fantastic. Jock?
I really like the comprehensive nature of this. In other words, if you want to be involved, there's lots of opportunity for you to be involved, and the simplicity of the messages. Big tick. A question I have relates, it's sort of it is a cost-related one really, which is to say, when we're initiating the direct discussion with people, and they're saying, look, we really think this and this would work here, is there going to be enough expertise in the room to be able to say, well, actually, guys, that ain't going to work because that's just way too expensive? In other words, you can corral the discussion in a way that yields a realistic outcome as opposed to a Rolls Royce that's not going to be affordable.
So I think if I can start that, certainly with the Heretaunga project, that's a key consideration. So I guess too, this is this umbrella piece, and I guess what sort of discussion you're having, but we're fully envisaging within the reimagining for Heretaunga and Central Hawke's Bay through our focus groups and technical advisory group, we will be having those discussions. We'll have the experts there in terms of our river engineers and consultants be able to draw on, and we want to very early on understand the value proposition so we don't end up with unaffordable plans. And so we're also saying, well, we haven't got all the answers yet. We've got some technical analysis, but there might be other answers from the community. So we're inviting those ideas in, and they'll be put through the assessment process, and then we can feedback whether they have merit, whether they're affordable, whether they'll work as intended, etc., etc.
Thank you. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Probably a question best for Chris. Just wanted to test that scary number of $600 million. Does that largely include land acquisition or exclude it? Is it really on the presumption that, could we build everything again for $600 million, or is there an assumption that we've got the land for free?
So I think what I'd say, it's a very early number to give an indication of the scale. It's not an exact number.
Yep.
It's not based on actual solutions. So to say, has land been included or not, that's too early to say. It would be fair to say in Heretaunga some land costs are very high, and that would go into the assessment of options So the 600 number is an indicative number of what we know, given that we still have a whole lot of work to do. But I can't be specific about what it does and doesn't include. It's a high-level indicative number.
Okay, would it be fair to say that it's probably very conservative on the downside if you start to factor in land acquisition for building things where you haven't built them before?
So if it was all of the solutions that stacked up required us to purchase new land in prime horticultural land, it could be north of that. Would be, a statement around that number. We've sort of collected what we know catchment by catchment, order of magnitude costs, with, I guess, an average of what we include, but there would be an error margin around that number that's quite significant, at least plus or minus 30%, 50%.
Thank you.
Thank
Did I have one more question?
Yep, Councillor Williams.
Look, thank you. Look, I just want to tease out the relationship so I get this clear in my mind one more time. The relationship between the reimagining project and scheme reviews.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the paper, it says, page 759 of the agenda, Regional Council is currently undertaking reviews of all of its 27 flood and drainage schemes, and in the next sentence under reimagining project, thus scheme reviews include our two major schemes, the Taonga and Tukituki, and that's known as the reimagining project. So I guess a very brief snapshot, what are the scheme reviews, and are they the things that are funded by the $3 million we got from the NIWI project, because there's $3 million for scheme reviews there, and how are they different, how do they relate to, how do they intersect with the reimagining project, where does one start, where does one finish?
So I think the first comment is that they are all schemes that the Regional Council operates, and so they are all scheme reviews. What we've done, I think, is customise our approach for our very large schemes compared to our small schemes. So our two very large schemes that protect 84, I think, % of people in Hawke's Bay. We've gone an elaborate public-facing process, knowing that we have to do things differently, that we need to take communities, stakeholders and partners on the journey. And so we're engaging widely with all those people while still keeping in the back of our mind solutions need to be affordable. So we're not running a sort of a fantasy process that no one can afford. Then we have another 20-odd schemes that are all very small. Now, they would include the 9 drainage districts around Heretaunga, but they are a lot more technical in terms of a pump needs to be a certain size. We're not thinking that we're going to be substantially changing how we do land drainage. So the approach there is to do the technical work first. Then if we have conversations with the communities, we would do that second. So that's funded out of that 3 million NIWI, all of those small ones, and some of the technical work for the big one.
Right.
And then there's additional funding being made available for the consultation and running the project for
Around
the
the
more
reimagining.
elaborate two large schemes. Yep.
Okay, so thank you.
Yep. Cool.
Councillor Foley.
I think it was Martin, like he said, the changes to the graphic are really good. And I think it means we can, the good thing is we can be all those things across the region, but to a point. And so one example is, I guess, water storage, and it may be that we aren't directly involved in it, like the Tukituki project, but at least we'd hopefully have a view on what it does to add to this overall strategy. The downside could be like the flood risk in coastal, where, we've done some work confined along the coast, but not at the fringes. And so like the CHB beach communities that are having some issues might see that and say, well, look, what are you doing for us? That's probably a bit of a risk. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, team.
Just add one thing I was going to say with the 600 million, it is, remember, its scope was tightly confined around engineering solutions, so it doesn't include nature-based solutions in that 600 million.
Thank you. Thank you, Desiree. Okay, team, we have the opportunity to watch the video again but it is 8 minutes and we need to move along. So if we're happy that that is shared online immediately instead of us watching it now. Thank you, team. Fantastic work. I'm happy to move accepting the report and information item, and I happy to second. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried.
Chair, did you just note on page 7 of the discussion document, our second bullet point is to keep development away from hazard-prone land, which is a nice full circle to the decision made earlier.
Right in here. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Well picked up.
Chair, for the record, I'm recusing myself from this one.
Thank you. Thanks, Zen. Can I welcome up the team to present the Heretaunga water security update? We have Amanda, Richard and Richard. 2 Richards.
You got another one, hasn't it?
Welcome back.
Pops us here online.
Yeah. See that rose in the middle, Amanda?
I'm not often called a rose in the middle.
We also have Te Wairama with us as well. Kia ora. Okay, we will hand it over to you, team.
Cheers.
Might just have to get this to you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Richard Wakeland tōku ingoa. Today's paper is an update on the feasibility assessment of the Heretaunga Water Storage Project, Water Security Project. Just as a reflection, in March, HBRC publicly committed to the feasibility assessment and consistently communicated its intention to transition the project to a community model that represents water users. And so today's paper and presentation from Amanda and Richard is very much an update on current state. And I guess just one of the things that bringing attention down into the paper is that the responsibility for the makeup of the model that represents water users will be determined by those involved in that shareholder committee shareholder group. So that's the process. I'd also like to acknowledge that it's a shared leadership between Tiwai and myself in terms of this project from a council officer perspective, and that we've been working closely with PSG, that it's been governing the project, and also the project team. So with your permission, I'd hand over to the team to present.
Fantastic, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I think you all know me, and I think you've all met Richard. Was very. Look, just to re-emphasise here, this is an update only. We're targeting end of July for a more substantive update decision for council. You've got the paper in front of you, noting paper. So, look, I can't see the screen here, so I'm just going to keep popping us through. But look, just a reminder, at the council workshop 29th of January, we effectively agreed a number of things, which I'll talk to in a minute. But we also committed at that meeting to come back to you at the end of June. We committed to a 2-staged feasibility. Stage 1 feasibility was also around us investigating, exploring, developing and making the arrangements to transition this project. So we'll speak substantively to that today with decisions to come back to you in hopefully July. We'll also give you an update around the actual feasibility work program. There's a huge amount of momentum and work happening alongside, even though you're going to hear more about the alternate delivery vehicle today, just be aware that there is a substantive amount of work going on in actually progressing the development of this project itself. So a recap on those decisions from January. Thank you. Recap on the decisions in January. One, really, it was the recommitment to water storage. You recall in September 23, aftermath of Cyclone Gabrielle,
many efforts and priorities towards that recovery, we paused essentially this project. We picked it up back in approximately June 24 and looked at the the commercial pre-feasibility, came back to you in October with a workshop around some recommendations. And then in January, the business case to progress this project and the site at E2 Whanawhana to a feasibility stage. A budget was approved at that session for 3.2 with 1 million for stage 1, which is effectively what we are in right now. We are not looking for any decisions around a release of that next tranche of funding, and we're confident that the tranche that has been committed of that 1 million will take us through to July.
Can I just ask a question there?
Mm-hmm.
You just said we're not looking for any decisions around the release of the other 2 million.
Today.
You mean today? Correct?
Today.
So that will be our decision for 28 July, whether we do that. Yes.
So end of July, essentially we're looking, we're targeting end of July to come back to you around the transition of this project outside of regional council. That is all obviously pending the potential shareholders' position and comfort at that point.
Yeah.
Your decision will be around the assignment of the funding to that new entity.
Yes, I just need to be very clear about this because this is really the first public meeting we've had. And I think, the commitment to the funding, it's in the long-term plan that we would borrow to progress these feasibility stages, but to reassure the committee that no decision has been made to release $2 million for the second stage of feasibility until we've seen the outcomes of the first stage of feasibility. And from our point of view, we've worked our way through the options that we are the next paper that are also available. So that's in our minds as well before that $2 million is confirmed for release. Have I got that right?
Yep.
Can I just seek a point of clarification on that? So as far as the other options are concerned, we've got some information on those now and possibly more next month. However, none of those are going to be advanced to a stage where they will impact on that second tranche of funding, I don't think, because we simply won't know enough at that point about them.
I think you're right, and it's just to show progression, right?
Well,
as far as we can.
To me, it's to have some understanding of what they could ultimately deliver before a decision is made to release the 2 million. I'm not saying they all have to be fully fleshed out. I just want to know what they are.
Okay.
That's certainly in my mind, and it needs to be very clear that it's in my mind. Before that, I made a decision to release the $2 million. I'd want to know how that stacks up alongside some of these options from the information we have available to date.
Yes, well, look, maybe you can clarify this. I'm just wanting to be realistic about those other options. Some of them are very good options, but actually nothing to do with us. Some of them are options such as aquifer recharge that require quite a bit of work on our behalf.
Yes,
and I just don't want us going away from this thinking we're going to be some way down the track with those things to the extent that they would have an influence on whether the second tranche of funding is released or not.
No, I don't think anyone has an expectation for it to be fully developed or be to a certain stage, but what we do want to see, especially in July, is how we can progress those and almost have a decision-making gate for those as well.
Actually, can I ask one further question in respect to the funding? So if next month the additional 2 million is given the green tick, then that's made available ultimately to the alternative, the new governance group. And so am I right in assuming that the funding agreement we have with that alternative governance group, additional new governance group, would allow for a situation where in 4 months' time, as part of the normal reporting, it became apparent that there was something in there that was very significant in respect of the project's viability or not, then we know about that, and the agreement allows us to
Correct.
not release subsequent funding if we're not happy about that.
Yes, that's correct. And we have that situation with our Kanoa funding agreement, where if at any point in the development and the investigations highlight something of a critical nature that tests the viability of the project, then that's obviously a red flag that immediately is raised. Yeah.
So the design of the agreement, the funding agreement, is that it'll be an HBRC managed funding agreement with the entity. And so it would be like any other contract that we would have, we'd have those stage gate approach to meet the deliverables.
Carry on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Look, we'll come back to talking to the feasibility program and an update very briefly at the end of this. But the focus for this session is going to be on what is proposed as the preferred structure to transition this project to, and where we're at with that, recognising that this isn't for decision, this is around highlighting and updating you as a council.
Right. I think before we get into this, one point that's probably quite important to highlight is when we're talking about potential water users, what we really mean there is not only irrigators or industrial users, but also municipal water users, so Napier and Hastings councils, but also mana whenua and iwi to the extent that they want to obtain water rights or rights to water. So it's quite a broad group. So advice has been taken on the options for an alternative delivery vehicle, as we've been calling it, or ADV. And the preferred model is a company. And the idea would be that that company would be effectively owned by those major water user groups on an interim basis. Look, at one level, that sounds a bit odd, but the intent there is to reflect the principle that it's critical to get those water user groups to have participation to shape the project going forward. And this is a mechanism to do that. It also allows council to achieve the desired level of independence as a regulator by not having ownership interest in the company, and accountability would be through that funding agreement we've talked about, and that's how council would maintain accountability. So the thinking is that those shareholder groups, as we're calling them, would form a shareholder committee to get representatives appointed, and those representatives would effectively represent those shareholder groups' interests. And then in turn, they would appoint a professional board of directors to govern the project delivery itself. And also that there'll be a place for landowners, MD, council as observers in the governance group, given visibility as key stakeholders. Any questions on that one? Because there's quite a lot there.
Just a question on a Kanoa observer or an observer from Crown. Have those discussions gone much further than it being an idea?
No, not at this point.
Not at this point.
The focus right now is around getting those major water user groups, if you like, understanding, comfortable, and collectively talking before that next stage. They will play a critical role in what that end structure looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question. In the paper, there's a reference to something called governance at a shareholder level.
Yep.
How does that work? I thought governance would be the directors that the shareholder committee appoints. How do you govern the governors?
The thinking is it's a way to get the shareholder groups collectively organised to provide guidance and direction to the board. So that's about their objectives and requirements as water users.
So it might be like a letter of expectations type thing.
Correct. It's a construct that's used, not the best example, but in Wellington Water, there's a shareholder committee of the various councils.
Not the best example, find another one quick.
Okay, but the construct to allow them to articulate their needs as shareholders, i.e. as potential water users,
and to separate that from the role of the board to actually govern project delivery.
Kerry?
Alright. This is just a diagrammatic version of that, with the funding arrangements and the shareholder committee there. So if we move on, just a couple of points to highlight about the company. We're proposing that it wouldn't be a council-controlled organisation. My understanding is that will require consultation that protects the independence of council. And as we said, the accountability would be via the funding agreement. Next one. Right, so the thinking here is, and this is obviously up for discussion, but that each of those shareholding groups would hold 33% in some form. Idea being that that's actually not, the key point here is that's not representative of eventual access to water or ownership of the infrastructure eventually. It's a notional construct for the feasibility to allow those parties to have an equal footing and seat at the table to discuss and put their perspectives forward. The other key point, I think, is there's no obligation to put money in at this stage, and there's no obligation for those parties to continue beyond the feasibility phase. So it's effectively for them to have a seat at the table to evaluate the project, articulate the requirements, provide oversight to the project board, so to speak, and work out whether they want to continue. The other thinking here, I think, is given that for a range of these stakeholder groups, it may take some time to work through who the right representatives are and the right arrangements. The thinking is we'd have an interim construct from day one, and then that could be revised over time.
Okay, so role of council. Look, we've talked to really post-transition, regulator, funder. Obviously, as the funder, this is going to be governed through the HBRC Project Co, if you like, funding agreement. But we're coming up to, if you like, the transition period, and this is a delicate phase for us. And really, we're having to play quite a careful role, and it's quite a tightrope line, if you like, for HBRC during this period. So HBRC have led and facilitated that early engagement, tracking the willingness, gauging the various groups' attitude and appetite to participate. And we're now moving into a phase where, if you like, the project team, on behalf of the future management team, if you like, are going to be working more directly with those water user groups as they come together to consider how they participate collectively, what that looks like for them, and then collectively they will come together for those structuring conversations. And for HBRC, that's a step back as those conversations occur. So in parallel to that work happening will obviously be the legal agreements that will ultimately govern this work going forward. Right, so that's work in progress, and we'll continue on with that. So that's the plan around the alternate delivery vehicle. We are targeting, as I said, July. That is still a relatively tight timeframe, and it will be very much depending on the readiness of those water user groups to come together and their appetite. So stage one feasibility. Look, key message here is that this is a stage where we've actually stood up multiple work streams. For us, it's about the designing and developing how the scheme is going to operate, how it's interfacing with the regulatory regime, and also for us it's testing and profiling, if you like, the demand. Is the demand there for this? So that all needs to lead to what is the economics of this project, and is it still going to be affordable? Now, we're not going to have that information for you by the end of July. That's a large piece of work that we run through feasibility. But stage one is also about us understanding what are some of those key areas of risk and what are our options and our pathways, if you like, to optimise that delivery plan. So that's what we can talk to when we come back in July. We can give you a sense of the demand, the risks around that, and we can also give you a sense as to how this can interface and with the regulatory regime, which does make this scheme a little bit different to a piped distribution where you send the water to a farm gate and it tracks much more easily. So those are some of the key critical components of work that we're advancing, and we'll come back and feed back to you. Probably the key message is, look, this is tracking to plan. When you open the bonnet to every single one of these work streams, there is risks. I am not going to sugarcoat that at all, but there's no material change in the profile, the risk profile of this project that leads us to question its ongoing viability right now. And in terms of budget, look, again, I'd say tracking, there's an underspend currently. We have some deferred specific site investigations that will be deferred until spring. That's part of the reason that you're seeing an underspend right now. Again, key message, we're confident that we're in that $1 million till the end of July. And we're not going to be tracking outside of that at this point. So I know you've had a long day so far. I hope that we were reasonably succinct for you. Is there any questions?
Questions, team?
Over for July, I think. Yeah.
Over for July. I mean, it all sounds very sensible in the way in which it's moving, and obviously the steering group led by Jock have been able to keep tabs on this. I guess my question is more for Te Wairama around the engagement with mana whenua so far, given that there are 4 groups that are very interested in being involved, and how we work through the right place for each of those 4 groups is really important, so that they do have a place and they see themselves in this project, but not all necessarily being around that governance table.
Tēnā koe, Chair. Tēnā koutou councillors. As you have indicated, our early engagement with tangata whenua, mana whenua, has identified 4 with varying types of interests on behalf of tangata whenua, mana whenua in this project, and some of our interests range from social economic Māori interests to taiao interests. I think of our most recent engagement round, what we've heard quite strongly from those representatives is the statutory acknowledgement over whenua and wai being that of critical importance when having discussions like this. So I think I don't have the answers for what the ability for all to participate in ways that is most relevant to them and the uri whakaheke or those that they represent. But what we are cognizant of is that this next phase drives us really intensively into sitting akanohi, apukohiwi with each of those entities to talk about the information that's really critical to getting projects like this moving, what their expectations are, fleshing out some of the questions that they have around structurally and expectations in this, and then bringing the parties together. So between now and the 30th of July, when we come back to you with an update on how that's going, that's the focus of the engagement stream.
Thank you, Te Wairama. Di.
Kia ora, Chair, and thanks, Amanda, Richard. I just want to test if I'm hearing this right. So come the end of July, we'll actually have a gate, won't we? It'll be a yes/no gate, a stop-go gate. There's a bit of nodding and a bit of not nodding.
Yes.
Yeah, I get yes, it is.
Yeah. However, we're not going to have a fulsome picture at that point.
Correct.
And so it'll be really, it's always tricky. So it'll be really useful to have some idea of what the loan agreement is going to look like, what that risks. I've got no idea what that looks like, so it'd be really good to understand what that looks like. It'd be really great to have a good understanding, or as best we can, of your sense of that uptake and how, I mean, you won't know, but I think you'll have a pretty good understanding of how warm that is. And it'd be really great to understand Te Wairama, how that space is tracking by then. So given that we'll only have a piece of the picture, it's once we go through that gate, it has to be the whole 200, the whole lot, or can we kind of do there's only two step, 1, 2, and we're
Through your
shaking, yeah.
Through your chair, I guess, that's the nature of the funding agreement that HBRC has with the entity itself. And so first principle is ensuring that the terms of that agreement give HBRC adequate comfort in the potential success of the project, because that's our objective here, is for the project to be fabulously successful. And if not, the off-ramps available to the organisation to protect its investment. So that's the key purpose of that document.
And Amanda, can you just refresh thank you, Richard, can you just refresh my memory on the piece of Kanoa funding that was coming across from the other project? Have I got that right? There was a piece that was coming from...
There's discussions with Kanoa that are ongoing around their existing funding to this project, which is arranged in a series of different somewhat complicated ways.
Yes.
So those discussions are ongoing at the moment and very live.
And so that gateway, is that a trigger for the Kanoa funding, or is it completely nothing to do with it?
Look, in the same way that when this project looks to shift it outside of regional council, in the same way that we need to obviously organise assignment of funding, assignment of IP, those discussions are occurring in the same manner with Kanoa for assignment of funding to that new
organisation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just on that, obviously part of that has been around that co-funding and the purpose of that funding and what it's for, which is obviously, still a significant component of what we need to represent in any HBRC funding agreement. So they need to talk to each other.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Any further feedback or questions for the team? We'll see them again at our July council meeting for a decision. Thank you very much.
Can I just thank and acknowledge the work my colleagues or our colleagues are doing, McIntosh and Harding in particular, and to the team here. This is a spectacularly huge amount of work and really, really super important. So thank you on everyone's behalf.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to move, Councillor Williams.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Walk into that. Yes, I'll move the report be received and
received. That's it.
noted.
And Councillor McIntosh, second.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. All those agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Kia ora, thank you.
Thanks, team.
Must have been hard work sitting back there, Zan.
Sleep.
Okay, we move along, team. Okay, an update. No, sorry, I've gone one too far ahead. Potential options for regional water security, and this is based off, we've had a bit of commentary. So Richard, this is a bit of an update on setting the scene, what is out there for options, and then possibly what we can take forward, how far. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. And the intent of this paper was to present a high-level overview of known options to enhance water security. The brief from councillors was for in-public area, high-level only concept gathering, and this exercise has been useful to identify a very thin veneer of information and, as expected, creates a thirst for more detail.
Some of the options explored here have the potential to be aligned to the Reimagining Rivers project, and as mentioned earlier, many of these options are actually not for regional council to take forward, so particularly around municipal water efficiencies, some of the industrial water use. So I present this very high level options template. I think the main component is less about the paper itself, but more the template that is presented as a very high level range of options that are available for water security. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Richard? Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Richard. Hey, so there's lots of stuff in here. Some of the stuff looks very promising, albeit with the tags you mentioned about some of it's outside our lane and so on and so forth. But so the missing link, which we've discussed previously, is progressing this, and the counter to that has been there's no capacity within the council to progress it at the moment. But it's important stuff. It's a key pillar to what we're about, water security. And so what about the option of pulling in contract resource, a bit like we have with Amanda and Richard and others, albeit not to that scale, to progress these, I guess, to a good stage. And by that I mean a good stage is something like water recycling. Look, that looks really promising. It's HDC's thing, so facilitating it through HDC, for example. So really the question is, what about getting resource in to make this happen?
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I guess undertaking a deeper analysis, even, or not even, but through the use of contractors, that in itself requires a degree of organisational commitment to that. And I think it would be best looked at in a prioritisation process rather than the ability to make an instant decision here this afternoon. But there's an ability to actually put a prioritisation process across what are the things that are actually wanting to be analysed soon or re-looked at a deeper level, and thinking about where capacity might sit within the organisation or if something's needed outside of the organisation. But going straight to a contracting phase, I think, could be risky.
Okay, and so, sorry, one other one. So is that the sort of thing that you would cover off next month, that suggestion?
If the request here today is to come back with a paper, I'd need to know what the paper would be. The next month is the water storage project. This paper hadn't considered a next month unless requested.
Okay.
Chair, if I could chip in, because there is some history here. There was $1 million set aside when that water use review was first done, and there was 4 potential notional areas that were to be looked at through the implementation team, which has sort of been in a bit of hiatus because of the cyclone. And those 4 areas were, there was an irrigation trial around Mar, so obviously with the delays in Mar, that's been pushed out. There was a feasibility study for wastewater repurposing. There's some work around data improvements and how this might assist, and also consideration of a demand management advisory role to drive research and advocacy. So previously, those issues came to this council, and it might be a case of just refreshing where that's at and does that align with current priorities.
I just want to pick up both conversations and comments as it has here a balanced and integrated strategy, and these are some of your words, Richard, so I'm going to use those. And so I think it makes sense without asking for too much investment and resource right now, that you come back to us, please, in July with an integrated strategy. And we've already started the work. We've just seen what water security looks like up on the Engagement Hub, or whatever it's now called. Right, there's some of those things there. You already have some information on what's happening in catchment. Okay, so bringing that in, as well as incorporating some of the solutions, which we can say are not necessarily our mandate, but here are a few that could be. And that within that, there is an understanding for us to at least know what the next steps when may be. So that's not necessarily asking for a decision from us for resourcing at the July meeting, but it's giving us a clear indication on those things we can do, that we've already had a stake in. What could the next steps look like in a broader strategy? And I know Councillor Sears has been wanting this also, but I think that's definitely what we need at the July meeting. Okay. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, just to add to that, a technique that's quite frequently used, particularly where there's a lot of uncertainty, is the use of expert judgment in a panel and a kind of a matrix, a weighting system. So and just a suggestion to throw out there, one approach to take this forward, and we're just looking for ways to take this forward and to try and focus, is to get a group of experts together, or people with different background in different disciplines, and just go through a weighting exercise, just to help guide, and it might come, A's, B's, C's, 1s, 2s, 3s, that sort of thing, just to start to, focus in on what, where the low-hanging fruit is, or where the best return for dollars investment might be. So that just might be a way of simply low cost or no cost, just taking it forward to the next step.
Good idea. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm sort of in the both and. In other words, where I was coming from earlier, Councillor McIntosh, was not to say that I'd need to kick the tyres on all of these to make a decision to invest further in this project, but I just want to understand how they sit in scale, order of magnitude, likelihood of delivering an outcome alongside those other options. So I'm making that decision on an informed basis. And I've kind of already got that level of information from what's here. But I like, with respect, Chair, your idea of having that integrated strategy so that if we were to decide to progress with the extra 2 million, we know that we're also doing some of these other things that will deliver wins.
Yep.
With that all said, my questions are, we've got a regional water assessment that says that if we do all these efficiency gains, we're still going to have a shortfall of about the size of this whānawhānau storage scheme, right? So when I see, for example, and here's my question, and maybe Tom's the best person to answer it, that with the water metering, we could achieve, and I understand from Councillor Harding that a gigalitre is a million cubic metres or something. We could achieve 6 million cubic metres of water savings with water metering, which is going to happen. Is that already in the scenario that leaves us 33 million short? Or are these on top of, such that we're actually chewing into the $30 million shortfall? That's one question I've got. Are these options already in the savings assumption that still leaves us with a shortfall, or do they reduce that shortfall? I don't know if that answer can be given now, but just having a sense of that.
I don't know.
That might be part of the paper in July, please?
Just an understanding of those. To what extent are those options already baked into the RWA conservation assumptions?
Right, I think Amanda can help answer that. Thanks, Amanda. No, you can just speak into it.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
So, yeah, just quickly, and we've got the expert behind us.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah.
He pushed me in front.
Under the bus.
Yeah, under the bus. So just recalling if you recall the graph around the regional water assessment, that looked at that deficit of 26 million for the region. That was an average scenario, and that assumed a 1% per annum.
Right, so just a flat trajectory.
Yeah. Exactly. Efficiency conservation. So you may undertake, so it comes down to a timing matter, really. And I look at it like, ultimately that puzzle. And if you looked across and went, out to 2040, out to 2060, if you start doing some of these conservation efficiencies that are going to give you those good gains, then what is those buffers? So if you can.
But that 1%
What you
didn't
meant.
say particular things, it just said if you did that through a whole range of things, of which these are some.
Exactly, it was a modelling exercise.
Yeah.
And when you take 1% over a longer period of time, that's actually quite considerable conservation efficiency gains that we're needing to see in order to get to that, minimise that deficit to 26 or 27. And on top of that, that doesn't include any growth. Okay, and we're seeing housing developments, etc. already.
I guess my observation would be that with room for rivers, we can get 16 million cubic metres a year for $3 million. So it is something we need to keep seriously in frame.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kuta.
Yes, Madam Chair, and just picking up on Councillor Williams, we're essentially, and the issue about where to next with this. We've called it now an integrated strategy, and that's what we actually need. And just trying to, if you like, put Councillor Sears' spoke in here. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Is that to me is the front end of this, and the actual the Heritonga scheme is just one element of that. And I think, I mean, this is the first public airing of this stuff in terms of going out there, but I don't think we're quite prepared enough for the comms and strategies that go with it. So Councillor Williams's observation around the how many litres of gigalitres we need is similar to the dollar thing we talked about around flood. That's the big picture that we need to sort of solve. So what I'm suggesting is that not only do we need to know that this is a comprehensive, integrated water security approach, but we need a comms strategy to go with that. How do we front that with the public? So if in answer to your question, Richard, around where to next for this, is consolidating the options. I've got another question around adding some items to it as well, but consolidating that and then putting in the context of where do we take it in terms of public hearing.
Okay, you talked about. Do you want to mention them?
Yeah, I mentioned to Richard that great start here with the options. I'd suggest that under the land use thing that we could cite some issues around under land use change, sustainable farming practices, things such as regenerative farming, etc. So that's another strand that we could use there. And the other one that I'm really interested to explore under water recycling and reuse is a concept called purple pipes. I don't know if I've talked to you about that previously, but it's simply tapping into the water that's used in urban settings, laying out purple pipes to bring it back to households so they can wash the car, etc. So it's another reuse thing, and to my way of thinking, it's what Los Angeles use and to great effect. So if we can gather together all of those options, expand them out some more, and that is the front end of this, as opposed to leading out with water storage at Whanawara.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or feedback? No?
I found it really helpful to shape and size this.
Yeah, fantastic. Councillor Harding.
Yeah, thank you. And through your question for Richard, one of the most surprising things in your table that I read was under the land use change, native afforestation, and research suggesting that the heretofore idea that it was pine that was going to steal all our water, but actually that might not be much different for native afforestation. Can you just, shed a bit of light on the state of that research, please, Richard?
I'm just trying to work out where it was in terms
Those
of...
trees are stealing our water. And what are the implications for recloaking Papatuanuku if that is the case?
Yeah, I'm just, in the absence of the detail here, I can't give you an answer in terms of the detail on that, other than to say that it's basically copied and pasted from search engines and things like that. So that's the level of detail.
ChatGPT wrote my paper.
No, it did not.
All right, or if there is an opportunity to shed a bit more light on that, that would be very valuable.
Through your chair, I guess that's the level of detail, and when we think about time available in terms of the depth of the analysis that you're looking for the 30th of July, for an integrated strategy, it'll be very much a framework as opposed to the detail of the options. So in that time we can develop a framework which then will actually help inform your prioritisation process as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Councillor Rodley.
Kia ora, Chair, and thank you, Richard, thank you, Te Wairama. This is the piece that I think's been missing. This is the piece that is actually overarching, and everything else is a drop-down box from it. So thanks for putting this together. I can't wait till our clever comms team make it into a picture, because I do love a good picture. But actually, in my mind, this is it. This is the piece that connects the water security assessment that was done back in, whenever it was done, 2021, whenever it was. This is the piece that connects what we know, what that showed us, what we know now from that. This is the piece that goes, here it all is, and these are the pieces that we're working on, and it's showing the pieces that we're not actually working on. And the prioritisation piece, there's probably a good reason why we're not, and maybe some of them, it might put a little light on, perhaps we could progress them, because as Councillor Williams has said, some of them are actually low-hanging fruit, so maybe we've skipped them because they look so easy and obvious, but let's get some runs on the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, team. If I can have a mover, Councillor Rodley, and second, Councillor Curtin. All those who agree say aye. Aye. Those against, carried. Look forward to seeing you at the next meeting on this. Thank you. Kia ora. Team, we now have an update from the Niue Flood Resilience Program. Kia ora, Andrew, come on up.
There's it.
And we've got Jess. And Jess. Kia ora, Jess.
Thank you, T.Y. Thank you, Richard. We've had a break.
Oh, congratulations, Richard, on permanent position. Well done. Thank you.
Lucky you've got the job, because now you can do that. We don't have to break.
Okay, thanks, team. I think we should just concentrate on covering those, the wins and the difficulties, possibly. The whole paper, is it?
Sure, which order round I start on that?
Yeah, we'll leave it in your hands.
Look, as you've got used to, I might just quickly go through the project very quickly, because I think we can all feel good and comfortable about some, but others are a little bit more testing for us, as you're probably familiar with anyway. Let me just deal with the ones that I think are trending in a good direction. Telemetry, absolutely. Scheme reviews, yes. Levels of service upgrades, so just to remind you, that's Waipawa, Lower Brookfields and Omahu. Waipawa has gone to market today for the design services to complete that work. The market's really hungry, so we're confident we'll get some good responses on that. And we are targeting Lower Brookfields for our first physical works there. The consents aren't subject to OIC, so there's just a little bit of consideration around that. But we hope that we can navigate our way through that and see work happening sooner than later. Waiheke, tenders close next Monday. That will be quite a day for us as we get the first visibility about moving dirt and placing it to build these things. We've been advised by one contractor that they won't be tendering. That's more because they have selected in their mind which ones they want to chase and go for. And I think that's just a very sensible commercial decision from their perspective, so that didn't surprise us, and no issue from our perspective, obviously, with that. So good news on that front. We're 70% through on the stockpiling of the material for Waiheke, with it due to finish in the middle of July. So that's good as well. Next one I'm going to go to is Whirinaki. Martin was there 10 days ago when we had a drop-in session at St George's Hall in Bayview, and I think we probably had about a dozen to 15 people in total, probably about the same number, Martin, for the last 2 hours as it was for the first for you. And people were just interested in hearing the update as to where we were, and there was no animosity or aggro from everybody. It was a very good interactive session, and I think we should take heart from that. Whirinaki will be split into 2 contracts. There'll be the State Highway contract, and design is underway on that, with the objective of completing design and going to market in October. And then there will be a single contract for the construction of both the residential cell and the industrial cell. And we are hoping to go to market with prelim design only completed, because we think it has now been simplified to the extent that that is a sensible risk for us to take and for us to get into market sooner than later. So Whirinaki is proceeding well. As I have said to you before, the twitch factor I have on that project still is the State Highway, because it's not our asset. It's not our asset that we're used to building. Roads aren't our business. But we've got a competent project manager employed who is familiar with roads. We have designers who are equally competent and have the relationships with NZTA, which will be critical. Ohiti Omahu, we had some cost pressures a few months ago on this project, and I believe that we've worked our way through those. We have simplified aspects of the design. We have deliberately sat within some of the easement footprints that we've got on land there, because it's just going to be too complicated to do anything else. So the designers have had to modify their approach to that. And as a consequence of that, I have said to the team we need to accelerate that project now as quickly as we can and just get it done. And in my view, it will be a relatively simple build once we're on the ground there. Porongahau, as you would have read in the paper, has been the most challenging cost-wise for us still, for the reason that the alignment is challenging, as I've said to you on numerous occasions. Consequently, the structures that we are proposing are expensive, because they are flood walls in many parts, with significant parts of sheet piling as well, which is just really costly. Sheet piling is $5,500 per metre. That's how much it costs. Nearly double the cost of a traditional earthen stop bank. So that's what we've been faced with there. As a consequence of that, we've been working with Chris's asset management team, with John Kingsford and his people around the design standards for Porongahau, and we're just dialing them back a bit. Still 1 in 100, still with freeboard, but looking at the climate change factor, because we just can't bring it back far enough without dialing a few of those things back. We still think we'll have a great level of service for that community if we build what we're proposing to build. And now the sooner we get into the market and let the market tell us what it can build it for, the better, because we've basically done everything we can on that one. Pump stations, and I'm looking at Neil particularly, and possibly Will on this one, had a little bit of a curveball last week when an engineer who's advising the Awatoto Industrial Group, or a number of the key players in that group there, came to us and said, have you thought about this as an option? And we were going to have a paper to you today on pump stations, as we dealt with the issue around our ability to build 3 based on the response design build tenders, and we can't build 3 within the funding envelope of 30 million, that we have just hesitated and are looking now at what that proposal is, and whether or not it is an option. And we're having some work done for us on that right now, and we'll hopefully be reporting back to you next month on that. So we have taken that on board, looking at it carefully, and we'll come back to you next month on it.
Yeah.
So pump stations has stalled for that reason, but I think for good reason. Parkify. Parkify has challenged us, I won't pretend. It's the alignment again. We've modified quite a number of parts of it as I've updated you about. I believe we're close to a resolution on the block between the Expressway and Franklin Road through that highly developed part of horticultural land there. And again, we're conferring with Chris and his team because we are now looking at flood walls and what they might be built from. And we are looking at potentially timber structures there because they are the most cost effective. We can operate substantially within the footprint of the neighbouring highly intensively developed horticultural blocks, and we're just going through the process now as to what that will be and look like and the longevity of the asset that would be built. But just to give you some idea, the cost differential is literally millions between a flood wall structure and traditional stop banks on that alignment. By the time you have factored in the recompense to the property owner for the footprint required for the land, the consequences of peeling back their infrastructure, supporting their horticultural crops in there, and just the cost differential between the two structures that we would build, one a stop bank and the other a flood wall. It is incredible just how much difference there is there, but we're acutely mindful of the points that Chris and his team raise around the whole of life costs for the asset and making sure that we're making sensible decisions on that front as well.
And will it work?
We believe it will work.
Edgecombe didn't.
What's that?
Sorry, there was a concrete wall in Edgecombe that didn't work too well, that's all.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I hear that and I know that. I think this is going to be a formidable structure
right
at the end of the day.
Can I just, excuse through you, Chair, just to clarify, so the flood wall option versus the land access and all of that, which one is the cheaper option?
A flood wall.
Yeah.
Even though it's a really expensive option?
No. If you go timber, and we haven't landed this, but if you go timber, there is a significant differential between the two scenarios.
But if you have to go to...
And it's a combination of two things. One is the footprint, because a flood structure is a substantially smaller footprint.
Yes.
The second thing is we can build it without any impact on the adjoining property owners in terms of their current operations, and I believe it's less risky in terms of the crops that are grown there. And the other one is just the cost differential between a flood structure, or certainly a wooden one, and a traditional stop bank.
So if you have to go with sheep piling, what does it look like then? Similar? Or
that would be
dearer?
More expensive.
Okay, so at
$5,500 a metre, that would be horrendously expensive.
Quick question, Andrew. Timber flood wall, can you accommodate public access?
No, and wouldn't want to.
Thank you.
It is really hard to get your head around the idea that a wooden wall can hold back a river.
It's not a river, remember?
Well, the flood.
It is a flood.
Yeah.
And in a scenario, it will be overtopped.
Yeah.
In a Gabriel scenario, it'll be overtopped because it's not been designed to that situation. So, and that will be part of the final consideration about can we do it and do it confidently. And there's still work to do there, Martin. But I did want to flag it for you because I know it is a quite different space than council has ever been before in terms of their flood protection structures.
Jock?
Is there an opportunity for a deal there with sounding like Donald Trump now, but with the landowner where number for timber wall, number for landowner including compensation and so on? This number here feels big, but is there a number in between those two that the landowner might be quite happy to run with because the actual disruption to him is not?
I think the differential is just too big. And look, I'm just putting myself in his shoes as to how they might react. It's just too big. You I mean, from memory, you're comparing about 8 to 2 million.
Yeah, so my question was, so one's costing us 2, one's costing us 8. For us to say to him, look, mate, the absolute best we can do is 4, which you get a couple. but we need.
Yep. I mean, I could raise it. The property owner's very good to deal with, and so we could easily have that conversation.
Just not get there.
It's
Okay.
Yep.
Can we?
probably worth asking the question.
And look, I just do need to share as well, an alternative for that alignment was that we go away from the Tūraikuri Waimate and we cut through 4 properties, and that has traditional stock banks, but we just think that could be a delay around the negotiation required with the property owners to acquire what we need to, and there would be, in all probability, a single property purchase that exposes the council to quite a risk around what its final net cost of that would be, because we'd acquire the whole property, take what we needed and sell the rest, but it's quite a highly developed property that would cost between 4 and 5 to acquire, and it's just those sort of balancing acts that we're just weighing up between them all. But the critical thing that we need to do while being confident around making the right decisions is that we finalise the alignment. Final one, Wairoa. Wairoa. It still is challenging for us around land access. The Crown Manager, Lawrence Yule, has a critical meeting with the Takatimu Marae tonight around some thoughts that he's had as to how we might navigate our way still substantially down the same alignment, but not exactly, because of the issues that we're striking with a couple of property owners and the lack of confidence we can have going forward while that doubt still exists. So we are doing quite a lot of thinking and talking at the moment with both Lawrence as the Crown Manager and also some people out of Auckland who have worked closely with NIF from RCP about what our design options are and what our engagement of contractors are, because we are desperate to utilise as much of the 25-26 construction season as possible, and the longer we take to sort these issues out, the less likely we're going to get any window of construction during 25-26. And that would be a real problem in terms of when we could build that project and have it completed by what is our target date for the entire program, which is mid-2027. So, yeah, it's challenging, it's tough, we aren't there yet.
So to be fair, there's a possibility that some of them that we can't get access to, especially the ones we can't get access to, would go to a Category 3.
Yeah, look, that would be, but...
That's the very end.
Can I just give you a scenario of what I think would play out there? There are 2 properties, only one of them's got a home on it. My feeling is that homeowner would decline a buyout and choose to remain.
Yeah, but what do we do if we
I
Yeah.
totally agree.
Yeah, okay.
I wish I had the answer.
So it's down to one homeowner in Wairoa.
One property with a home on it.
Sorry, with a
and
home on
one other
it. One
block.
other block.
Block. And block, property.
What, Māori land block?
Whenua Māori block.
Yeah, whenua Māori.
Yeah.
Okay. Neil?
Oh, I just want to say, Andrew, that the Aotearoa group are exceptionally grateful for your exceptional response to them. They, within about 24 hours, you had a meeting with them, gave them an excellent hearing. Even if it doesn't stack up their proposal, that group acknowledged your response. So look, thank you for that. It's exceptional stakeholder engagement, and they are grateful, and I'm grateful. So well done.
Yeah, and look, I was just the wallpaper for the meeting, because it was Jonathan Smith and JP, the PM, who are the ones who could most contribute to that discussion. But I'm a great believer, we don't have a monopoly on all the ideas or good ideas, and if people have got a better one, then let's hear it.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there no further questions? I have a mover, Neil.
I did have a couple of questions.
Oh,
sorry.
okay, Councillor Williams.
Just Waihoki, paragraph 9, first program consent. What's a program consent?
It's just the resource consent.
Program is a NIWI program.
Oh, in other words, it's the first consent for one of our projects.
Correct,
Yeah, okay.
correct.
And then paragraph 23, could you just unpack that a little bit for me? Project schedules are being submitted. A large number of access agreements expected to rise. It's critical that these, I'm assuming that means project schedules are finalised well before this will strain, otherwise strain cash flow. What's that? I couldn't.
So the project schedules are basically the milestone scenario for the Crown to reimburse council under each project.
Right.
And what Jess and her team are working on, and most of them are agreed, but there's a couple where we just need to share with NIF our land access strategy. But what we're saying there is, of course, when we start buying particularly whole properties, and that Pakawhai alignment's a good example of that, we are talking 2 million, is that the cash flow ramifications really ramp up for council, and we need to have our ducks lined up so that our claims process is humming, so that minimises the impact on council cash flow. That's what that's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, and Jock.
With the Wairoa situation, I see. A hell of a lot of work's gone into it, and we've been having similar conversations for a few months now, and we're sort of coming up against now a time risk of missing out on a season of construction, and with that, the cost escalation that goes with that risk. So I think this is really just a comment, really, because there is no particular answer to it, but quite soon we're going to get to a stage where, what do we do? It's.
You're right. And, the Crown manager, more than anybody, is the one that, lives and breathes this as much as anybody does. But him and I have agreed that, where we've got to with the alignment that you have approved with 1C+, and even with some tweaking of that as to how we might modify that, if we even can, around the velocities that will arise through narrowing it, and even the alignments we take, is we cannot see another option beyond where we have landed. And the point is going to arise in the not too distant future as to whether we can deliver a project or we can't. Because at the moment, we still do continue to incur costs, because otherwise we just totally stall, and 25, 26 will be a pipe dream for doing anything.
So do you think the Wairoa community has a good, well, they probably don't have a good understanding of that, do they? The critical nature of where we're getting to.
Probably not as much as we do around the criticality of the 25, 26 construction season. I think you're dead right. There are a number of people in the community who totally appreciate the criticality of the work that we're trying to get in place around moving from Cat 2 to 1, which is the objective with most of these projects. But for others, though, that doesn't seem to be as important in their mind.
I just follow on that, possibly not so much the construction season, but I think front of mind for everybody, probably in every community, is that it's the construction season, but it's also cyclone season. And when the rain falls on the roof, as it did on Christmas Eve and in Wairoa, and the heavy rain warning was sitting there, by crumbs it was in front of mind. And the sooner we can get people to have that as part of their decision, their thought processes, the better we'll all be for it.
Yeah, nevertheless, Chair, I'm just I agree with you entirely. I'm just projecting out if we're having this presentation in 3 months' time and the conversation's similar.
Hasn't moved.
Well, it can't be similar, really.
Yeah. That's right. Councillor Williams.
Last question. What was concerning me is pump stations, coming in 9 million once we get a tender. And a lot of our budgets were back of the envelope. We've done a lot of work and everything like that, but tenders are really going to be the acid test on whether we're in and out of budget, aren't they? So that's going to be something we get a lot of news about in the coming weeks and months.
It is. I'd just say that because of the complexity of a pump station in terms of the build, particularly the work required underground, it is one of the more, it is the most complex project that we're building for that reason. But the market, at least still at this point, is still very competitive.
Right.
And the sooner we are in the market for these projects, the better, to take advantage of that and to feed the contractors that are on our preferred supplier list. And they are dead keen to see as much of this work and market as soon as possible.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for all the amazing work you're doing, Andrew.
Yeah.
Happy to move the paper, Chair.
Thank you. I'm happy to second. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you for your great work. Okay, our last item on the agenda is Risk and Audit Committee report. I'm guessing this is from their last meeting. Should we take that as read? If any of the members, either Councillor Harding, Councillor Curtin, you have anything specifically, Councillor McIntosh? No specific worries with that?
Can we go line by line?
Thank you, Councillor Curtin, for moving this paper.
Chair, look, I do have a couple of questions and perhaps
Questions, okay. Oh, you tried to get away with not coming up the front today.
So, look, apologies, I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but I've got 2 points. One was having read the minutes from the meeting, and just at 8.1, the invoice paid under fraudulent circumstances, regional council being royally set up. I believe that, just looking for clarification, is whether that was 215,000 or 250,000, because
215, that's a typo on my behalf.
Cool. I thought so. No.
115,000.
Okay, thank you. That was my first question. The second question is, and I may well have been asleep at 7.3, but we knew that our credit rating, our external credit rating, was being reviewed, but I'm not sure the councillors knew that it was successfully landed and reconfirmed.
Okay.
What was
Good news.
Our current.
So our AA minus credit rating was confirmed 3 weeks ago. Sorry, there was a media release on that. And I have failed to send that to you, so sorry.
Okay. It's A- rating, would you say?
AA minus.
AA minus, yep.
Yeah, I think it might have missed the council PR comms process, because I think we all get those and would have seen it. Right. Thank you for those two clarifications.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yes, but we'll move. Oh, well, you can say something. Come on,
Between us, I think we'll take this opportunity,
Yeah.
Susie, publicly, because this is your last council meeting, to extend our very, very grateful thanks and acknowledgement of your work that you've provided for council through very tough times. You arrived in a storm, and you've weathered that, and you're moving on, and we're very sad about that. I hope it's not the last we see of you, but your contribution to this council has been extraordinary, and ought to be acknowledged with a great deal of information. I'm sure my colleague will have also.
Yep. So, in moving the recommendation that we received the report from the RAC, I would just like to support comments of Councillor Curtin and say, slightly cheekily, one of the many things I'm going to miss about you is your wonderfully expressive face. And it can be either absolutely smiling or it can be the exact opposite, but you're not afraid of many things, and one of them is just showing what's going through your head at any point in time, and that's been a joy to experience, as has been all your work, your collegiality, and just your demeanour. I started to make a very quick list of the things that you've been involved in a very relatively short time that you've been with us. Silt and debris, over $100 million worth there. Essentially the financial aspects of the whole of the North Island Weather Event Program. All of our insurance program and the massive issues that are embedded in that. Refreshing, building our financial accounting, that management accounting and the accounting package that now comes very professionally through to this council. Cyber security has been, with the able support of Pip, still there, we've been made, there's been a massive improvement in that. A whole new risk management framework. And a credit rating, and there's a whole bunch of other things
a whole financial strategy reset.
Yeah. Yeah. So, gee whiz, well done. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Susie, I'm sad too. Look, endorse everything that Neil and Zan have said, and look, you, from my perspective, you've been a pleasure to work with, and you've given us, I'm sure, and certainly me, huge confidence with all the financial reporting that we've had. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Will. Thanks, Chair. Yeah. I remember seeing James send us the email and your brief, who you were and who he'd secured for the role, and I thought, wow, she looks way too good for it. And so I was pretty chuffed though, and obviously you turned up and done some great things, so you will be a big loss, Susie, and as Neil said, hopefully we might see your face around here from time to time, but if we don't, I'll check in with Andy when I catch up with him, and he'll probably be in his overalls covered in grease, and I'll say, what's Susie up to? And probably off shopping or doing something, living the dream. So yeah, good luck with
Thank you.
Yeah, your next move.
Bye. Any further? Guy? Oh, you'll be so missed.
Yeah. Oh, no, no. Yeah, don't look. Don't look.
Could I take over for a minute?
Yeah,
there,
you
just
take
to,
over.
come back to Di in a minute, but basically you saved our bacon.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. That deal that you helped negotiate with the Crown, as I've said before, the single best deal in local government history and will never be repeated. The region's got no idea, including the list that Zan's been through, of what you have enabled us to do in this response and recovery. It's just all of that lands with you. So thank you. Yeah. Amazing.
Cool. Well, you've been an absolute superstar, Susie, and this is cheeky of me. I did ask, yesterday, could you tell me how much we've worked on in recovery and how much you've got from the government? So we do know it's 460 million for recovery that you've worked on to get through the government and to look after all of that for our recovery. So thank you so much. And I do recall the first time we actually had a proper conversation. It was in the ladies' toilets. Oh, God. It was a strategic change. You just came up to me and go, how do I do this thing with politics? And I thought, oh, that's just amazing. You're a straight shooter. We'll miss you so much. And good luck with everything.
Thank you, guys. And I shouldn't cry. I shouldn't cry, and I've actually thoroughly enjoyed all of your company individually. You're all quite different and unique in terms of what you bring, but thoroughly enjoyed it, even the tough stuff. Love a good challenge, but we have such a great team. Yeah.
And we've got an afternoon tea for you tomorrow, so we can do this again. But with presents. Okay.
Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Susie. And I believe, Pip, this might be a good time.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, just so the team knows.
You know, the funny thing is, I'm limping from a netball.
Netball? Oh, you didn't snap your patella tendon, Pip? Pip and I were in the same netball team last season.
God, you've got me started.
Oh, stop. Do you want me to introduce her?
Yes,
Pip?
please.
This is wonderful Pip. Pip came to this organisation 12 months ago. She is a highly skilled ex-CEO of an insurtech out of Singapore, actually. So wonderful, wonderful skills, and has brought some really good control and discipline to this organisation. Certainly in the cyberspace, is really pulling together that sort of IT infrastructure strategy. Where do we need to go to? Looking at AI, but quite transformational, really. So leaving you in good hands with this one in the interim. Is acting whilst Nick is and the team recruit.
Well, welcome, Pip. Thank you. Right, okay, shall we finish with our closing karakia? Our last one for Susie. Me inui tātou, kia taunga manakitanga a te mea ngaro, ki runga ki tēnā o tātou, kia mahia te hua mā kihi, kia toi te kupu, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori, kia tuturu ka whakamaua, kia tina, hui e tai ki. Thank you, everyone. Mammoth Day, well done.
Well done, Chair. Principal.